Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 25th of September. It is Sunday, and we are back with... What do I call this again? Been a funny couple of days. Ice Cream and Swear Sunday. We are back playing Gabriel Knight Sins of the Fathers. We did 4 hours on this last week, and I really want to finish it on stream. It is the game that I've wanted to finish on stream since I ever wanted to actually stream, so there's that. It's not as spooky as some of the previous Sunday games have been, but I think we're building to something. It's a slow builder. DollyWhiskers in chat. Spinny has already spoken. Hello, everybody. I hope you've all had a really good weekend. What have I been doing? I've been playing a lot of Call of Duty, the Modern Warfare beta, and it is absolutely insane, and I'm hyperfixating. But I've broken myself away to play Gabriel Knight. I cancelled the stream yesterday because I was meant to play Minecraft and didn't. So that shows how much I want to be back playing Gabriel Knight. I sat down today and tried to write a description of everything that happened in last Sunday. For anybody that might be in the chat already that wasn't here, for anybody that was here and that's forgotten that's gone on, actually it was super useful because I was trying to remember what I was meant to do next, because the difficulty with playing these story games over a long period of time, like taking a week off between, is I can't remember what we were about to do. So, very quickly in summary. Peach, welcome to the chat. Have you had a good day? Chimken, that's a new one. Am I your chum? Are you trying to feed me to sharks? What's going on? I have a summary description for you. Everything that happened in last week's episode of Gabriel Knight. And I'm going to read it, and it's like a word vomit of my thoughts on the subject. So we'll just see how we go. So, Gabriel Knight, we are a smarmy, oversexed bookshop owner who, in the short time we've been playing, has fallen immediately in love with someone simply driving past a crime scene, destroyed said crime scene, stolen police evidence and then impersonated a police officer to gain access to the love interest's house, witnessed an old lady shopping at a voodoo-themed knick-knack store and concluded she somehow has insider knowledge of said aforementioned crime scene, used my female employee to source some contact details of said old lady whilst incessantly flirting, called said old lady and gleaned the name of her dog whilst claiming she's won some sort of prize. Then changing tactic to mentioning I'd spotted her instead of... this is a lot of words, isn't it? Spotted her in the knick-knack store. I impersonated a concerned citizen to get said old lady's address from the vet. They clearly have very lax data protection requirements. I've impersonated a clergyman to gain access to said old lady's house, and I've theoretically endangered a child to recover a painting of an artist who we then immediately strong-armed into decoding some evil satanic sort of voodoo-related, just weird circular, I think it was called a veve. But my closing statement is, don't worry everybody, it's the 90s. So Gabriel Knight is apparently a good guy. I remember him turning out to be a good guy, and if you're still with me 2 weeks in, hopefully you have faith that he could become a good guy too. But basically, we're in New Orleans. There is a series of voodoo-driven murders happening, and Gabriel is suffering from chronic nightmares that appear to be related somehow. There's a German man very urgently trying to get a hold of me via the telephone, but I'm ignoring him because of international call rates. All set to the creepiest voice acting I've ever heard. Yeah, New Orleans. Yeah, the voice acting is a little bit... I'm going to get one freebie out of the way now. Oh god, I can't even get it. His name is immediately... Tim Curry voiced Gabriel Knight in the original version of this game. This guy is not Tim Curry, and I'm going to say that now. If I say it more than 3 times, we'll go with baseball rules. You can tell me off. Because it's not Tim Curry. I fully understand that it's not Tim Curry, and I'm still, to this day, very sad that it's not Tim Curry. So yeah, I have those... Let me close that document that I've got open. Let's... Off. Game music. Oh, straight into the really hyper-dramatic background music for Gabriel Knight. Let's continue from checkpoint because I can't hear myself think on this. Yes, so I have just been into Madame Kazanu's house. She was being very tight-lipped with the voodoo people of New Orleans who'd been saying Cabri Saint Cour to me. And after going to the university and learning what that meant, Madame Kazanu decided to explain to me that it was all about human sacrifice. And supposedly there's human sacrifices going on in New Orleans. That was where we went off. So I went to the university and they taught me a bunch of stuff. Basically, all of the big evil things that are generally depicted in voodoo are in one of the voodoo museums in town, so I'm going to go investigate there. I now know what Cabri Saint Cour means, so I can go ask the people that mention that to me as well, and we can just sort of move on. What did I get last? I got a bracelet mold, so I guess I'm going to have to make a bracelet. There's Madame Moonbeam, who I've yet to be able to visit. There's some brick code that I need to decode, which is in here. I'm still carrying around part of the phone book. There's lots to do. So where I'm going to start is, let's go to...
I'm not going back on the street looking like...
Let's go back to the voodoo shop, and we'll see how it goes. How has everybody's week been? Haven't spoken to you guys since Tuesday. That's where I just was. Let's go... I can't go there.
A sign on the front door of Magenta's home reads... Attuning with the spirit realm, back on June 22nd.
So I'm assuming that's going to tick over. I impersonated a concerned citizen because I called up the vet and was like, oh no, the dog is really ill. Oh, you're the guy, you were here last week telling me to run over small children, Peach, so I'd be very careful with that line of thinking. Let's go to the Dixieland drugstore.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Talk to me, Willie.
Can I ask you just a few more questions?
Whatever, man.
Okay, so I have got no new...
I found out what Cabri Saint Cour means. How did you know about human sacrifice?
I never said them words, monsieur. You must have heard them from someone else.
Yeah, there is stuff disappearing, so let's go...
Are you telling me that you own a voodoo shop, but you know nothing about voodoo practices?
Ça n'est pas ça faire blanc.
What does that mean?
It means you should mind your own business, monsieur.
What do you think of New Orleans?
New Orleans.
I live here all my life, me.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo houndfall?
There's no such thing. Not around here.
What do you think of New Orleans?
If you're not from around here, monsieur, you should sign up for some tours.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? No such thing, I tell you for sure.
What do you know about Marie Laveau?
Marie? She's somebody from the old days. One of them old folk tales. The tourists eat it up, no?
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
Don't talk like that around here, man.
Do you know anything about veves?
Like the ones in the voodoo rituals they do for the tourists.
Yeah, I've learnt all sorts of like keywords.
They curiosities, no? This a curio shop.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting.
Isn't a curiosity and a curio the same thing?
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Damballa is an African legend about a great serpent. Folklore, that's all.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Don't insult me, monsieur. The price is $120.
What? You said you'd sell it for 100 before.
You misheard, monsieur. The price was always $120.
So, do you get many tourists in here?
We, all the time. They want to buy a bottle of money-drawn oil or
I think
wang a
he's
bag
tapped
to
out.
take home with them.
I'm sure there was something... give him. Do you know anything about
Do you know
snake
anything
scales?
about snake scales?
I got some snake root and snake powder, but
Scale. About making detailed, creepy snake jewelry.
Could you look at this bracelet mold and tell me if you've ever seen anything like it before?
no, man. I don't know nothing about that.
What else have I got? The reconstructed Veve. Let's go through all of the jump through all of the hoops before leaving him.
Do you
again.
recognize this pattern?
Don't look familiar at all, monsieur.
Do you recognize this creepy voodoo, like human sacrifice pattern? I don't want to show him my priest disguise because that might be crossing a line.
Do you know anything about these crosses? I think there's some kind of code.
Look like a lot of hand tracks to me, man.
Time Lord, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you being here. Have you finished Monkey Islands yet, Time Lord? I say that as you've lurked. Let's go to the other voodoo man.
Hello, Dr. John.
Hello,
Glad
Dr.
you
John.
could return to us, Mr. Knight.
There is something about the voodoo. He'd like everywhere we go. There's something going on. There's a man drumming.
Could I ask you some more questions?
Of course. I also find our dialogue stimulating.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo houndfall?
Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Knight. The voodoo churches in the city have no need for secrecy.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm stood in one.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Of course. It is one of the Loa.
What is under the rug? Is it
Does
a
the
Veve?
name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
I do not believe so.
Isn't he one of the Loa?
Perhaps. I am not familiar with some of the more obscure Haitian and African Loa.
Do you know anything about Veves?
I believe they have something to do with Haitian voodoo. But that is not really my area.
Do you know anything about Black Voodoo?
That sort of viewpoint makes my work very difficult, Mr. Knight. If there are one or two ignorant believers, that is none of my concern. And I do not care to promote a Hollywood interpretation of voodoo by discussing it.
Felt like a sore spot.
Do you ever get any wackos in here?
You mean, besides yourself?
Bit harsh.
Yeah, besides me.
I do not care to make those kinds of judgments, Mr. Knight. All are welcome here.
Oh, I was expecting like a massive reveal.
The snake is too far away.
Can I touch your snake, Dr. John? Ooh.
The python is quite dangerous. I would stay back if I were you.
Thanks for the advice.
I feel like I'm going to open that and it's going to be like trying to eat me. Have you seen a bracelet molded like this, Dr. John?
Does this mean anything to you?
I cannot say that it does.
It's a mysterious piece of clay with a pressing in it. Okay, let's go through the other. Does this Veve mean anything to you?
Does this pattern look familiar to you?
Where did you get that?
You do recognize it then?
I have never seen it before in my life.
Are you sure about this pattern?
I am sure, Mr. Knight.
How about this mysterious voodoo code, Dr. John?
Dr. John didn't seem too thrilled with those symbols the first time he saw them.
Okay, I have clearly shown him those symbols already. Can I use the snake?
That doesn't seem to work.
Do you know anything about
Perhaps
snakes?
Gabriel should learn more about the scale before showing it to anyone.
Can I find a vet? Would that vet want to speak to me after I pretended to be somebody else?
Gabriel has no interest in the noisy fan at the moment.
Can I throw a brick through his window? I don't think that. Okay.
I'll be going.
Come back again.
I hit up all the usual spots. Can I
The
go
sign
up here?
says the over...
So that'll open.
A sign on the front door.
So, oh, really? That means that's going to open. I've lost my mouse. Where's my mouse not showing? There we go. I can go there one day, and then Moonbeams will be open the next. So that just means I need to find. French Quarter is where I live. I've been to the museum. I mean, I've learned a lot, I think, so maybe if I go speak to Grace, it'll end the
Hey,
day.
Grace, here I am.
Here I
Oh
am.
boy, party time.
Grace, please save the day and make me go to bed.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Request research and it's yellow.
What do you know about voodoo?
Voodoo.
I've told you all I know. Sorry I can't be more help.
What else can you tell me about...
You're the native. Don't ask me.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve?
We have not
Never heard of
threatened
it.
any
Must be a
vehicular
local
homicide
custom.
yet, Sky.
New Orleanians love to party.
We have not revealed anything new after last week. We came here, we changed out of our priest's outfit, and now we're questioning
Do you
our
know
employee.
anything about animal masks?
How is it
I'd
going,
rather
Sky?
not
Are you
hear
having a
about your
good day?
sex life night.
What do you...
You won't get far questioning me about
Let's just
Do
go
you
through
know
all of
anything
these.
about snakes?
doing a family tree, Gabriel.
Very funny. I mean real snakes, you know, scaly, cold-blooded. I would have thought you'd find them empathetic.
Mm-hmm. I
He's
know
so
very
mean
little
to
about
her.
reptiles of any kind, and prefer to keep it that way.
There's a book in
I
here
think
somewhere.
there's a book on snakes around here somewhere, though.
Okay, thanks.
Da-da-da-da.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
Ooh, no. Makes my skin crawl, though.
Have you ever heard of Dambala?
Grace is saving the day.
No, sorry.
What is tit rating? I'm pretty sure that means trying, but tit rating is a much more interesting word. Tit rating a new medication, so it's been a kick back to do and do nothing sort of day. I like those sort of days. Me and Dolly went for a long drive in the woods when we're looking for pigs today because they'd recently released the pigs onto the forest where we live to eat stuff. Tight. I'm still not getting that word. Why am I not understanding that word? I don't. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we went out and we went looking for pigs on the forest today because they release them on a schedule every year to, I think, to eat some sort of thing. I don't know the exact specifics about it. A titration is defined as the process of determining the quantity of a substance. Titration is chemically balancing things, unless that was actually a typo. Okay, fair enough, Sky. That is a new word to me. Dolly clearly understood what it was. Yeah, I hope the new medication works out for you and is either helpful or you get a balance of it soon, because I can understand how... This is Swears and Scares, so I can say I'll understand how fucking complicated it is when medication is all over the place.
Do you know anything about veves?
Did you sit back and do
Not
anything
a
interesting
clue.
with your feet up?
Sorry.
Ritual patterns used in voodoo.
Fascinating. I can't help you out, though.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo houndfall?
In New Orleans?
I think so.
No, I don't, but it sounds dangerous. You're not gonna try to find this voodoo group yourself, are you?
Would I do that?
Probably.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? Ugh, now what are you getting yourself into?
Nothing you need to know about, do you?
I know there are dark forms of any major religion. Where there's a yin, there's a yang.
Speaking of yin and yang...
But no, I don't know anything really about voodoo, dark or otherwise, sorry.
Are you sure you don't know any...
You are desperate. I told you I can't help you.
I burn through every conversation thing.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Wasn't she a big voodoo queen before the Civil War?
He was.
That's right.
Well, you've just heard everything I know about her.
Thank you. Tell
Tell
me about yourself, Grace.
Grace.
What do you want to know?
I've already exhausted everything.
Nothing.
You like to make jewelry on the weekends because I luckily have a mold that
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
research this pattern.
I have a pattern I need you to research.
How interesting. What is it?
It's a reconstruction of the tracings they found around the murder victims. The ones done in flour and blood.
Yuck. You shouldn't carry this kind of thing around. Who knows what these symbols mean?
Pretty sure it
Well, wear
relates
your
to
evil
human.
banishing gloves if you
human
want, but check it
sacrifice.
out for me, would you?
I'll see what I can find out. Anything else?
Do-do-do-do.
I can't think of anything.
So I think there's a book in here that's going to teach me. Whoa! Oh my little tiny heart! Fucking hell! Why have I forgotten that that exists? I thought I had triggered something. Okay, or Buck. Thank you, Tappercraft. Avian Falls, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. What time is it there, Avian? You're awake. Okay, so there's a book in here apparently about snakes somewhere, so let's have a look. I don't want to look at Gabriel. Look at the bookshelves. World of Snakes is right there. But like...
Gabriel is carrying a scale.
Like I can literally...
It's a book about...
But I can't do anything with it. Okay. Benna! It's only 1 PM, relax, I'm sorry. We did say my written rule was going to be to tell you to go to sleep every time I saw you, just in case that it was stupidly late and you hadn't slept yet. Benna, how has your day been? I've been playing an obscene amount of the Call of Duty beta. I am max level now. But it ends tomorrow, and now I have to wait a month to be able to play it again. I can't interact with the Book of Snakes, Grace. I can't really interact with any of this. Well, I can read the dictionary.
Gabriel leaves through a...
Besissin means possessed. That's handy to know.
Besissin?
Dry Drachen Krieken in meinen Schlaf, die Seele wollen sie lebendig zum Fraus. Feurigen Atems, gespaltener Zunge, genießen sie jedes Mal.
I don't know what that means, but I can't interact with it. It's not a good accent, Abby. You take that back. I'm really irritated that this book doesn't seem to want to do anything in relation to the snake that I've got. Can I combine them in any way? I can.
Gabriel is carrying a scale he found near the crime scene at Lake Pontchartrain. Gabriel is...
I want Time Lord to be here to tell me what this German poem actually means. Does anybody in the chat speak German? I mean, I can combine. It's not like I can then do anything with it once I'm like once I'm there.
Gabriel is carrying a...
9. I could turn it through Google. I could try and Google Translate. Should we do that for the fun? Like,
Dry Drachen Krieken
you want to take a
in
screenshot of
meinen
that and
Schlaf,
confirm in
die
chat when you've
Seele
got a
wollen
screenshot?
sie lebendig zum Fraus.
It's now a competition
Feurigen
between Sky and
Atems,
Dolly who can
gespaltener
Google Translate
Zunge,
faster.
Genießen sie jedes Mal.
I'm going to go on record and say Google Translate didn't exist when this game was released, so I can't imagine it's going to tell us anything relating to the story. Have you got a screenshot? Can I go about my creepy man business now? I'm going to assume that that was enough time. Where I get people angry in the chat going, that wasn't enough time for me to hit print screen. So that book does absolutely diddly squat.
The books on the table have been chosen for their special appeal. Recent fiction by the biggies. In other words, nothing written by today's news.
Are there any helpful clues in the... we did this already. The university, we got French Quarter New there. Horoscope is generally quite bad. Grace's coat. Is there anything in Grace's coat?
Grace's coat is a simple.
I take Grace's coat for some strange
Leave
reason.
my coat alone, Gabriel.
Why am I skiing across the room? Snake skull on the wall, anything?
Nope. No safe full of money back there.
It's just a
3 snakes in a skull. Gabriel's father painted it.
What a wacky offbeat kind of guy Daddy was.
3 dragons crawl into my sleep. They want the soul alive to eat. With fiery breath, forked tongue, enjoy every meal. That sounds like something someone hiding a safe would say. Do you not have a wall safe, Avi? Does everybody on the planet not have a wall safe? Like, typewriter, lamp, desk, radio. Radio is the one thing I've not done something with.
At Giant Discount Bookstore, we discount every title 50%. When you see our selection and prices, you'll never want to shop with those little guys again. You're listening to KLEB in Nolens, where we play the best music 24 hours a day.
I don't think there's anything... The title and author is on the other side, I'm guessing. So, interestingly, my uncle is a Ritter. And I feel like there's a tie-in there in terms of, you know, I got at the very beginning, one of the messages that I got was this scary German man was trying to call me. He was a Ritter. I'm not sure if it's Heinz Ritter. It'd be a bit ironic if I just happened to have a poem by a family member. But yeah, it's curious that this is in the shop and I know his last name was Ritter. And I wasn't going to call him because international call rates were too ridiculously high. But I feel like that's the Book of Snakes. Can I literally use the snake on Grace?
That doesn't work that way.
No. I thought you were just pronouncing writer. No, the writer is called Heinz Ritter or Hans, if that's how you spell it. Thank you, though. Use the snake on book. I can't like if I go
the chandelier. All right. He can't afford to replace it.
That's apparently the chandelier. If I look here, the World of Snakes book has no option to use it. It just opens here. There's no option to turn the page. Like, if this was any other game, there would be like a little flick over page there and I could turn the page, but there... Okay, buttons don't do anything. The Perfect Hunter. It's going to turn out to be one of those really stupidly small little things that I've not done to trigger the next. I've got my little diary thing. Grace got a phone book page, done that. Still need to learn more about voodoo. There must be a fast and easy way to educate myself somewhere in this city. I sort of did that. Hope I get to see Malia today. There's a lecture at Tulane, which I went to. Cliff notes on voodoo. Looks like Mosley's still hot for his 15 minutes of fame. Oh, I need to go to the cop shop for an interrogation. cop shop.
I'm out of here. Try not to sell out the store while I'm gone.
Uh-huh.
I really like that desk that she sat behind. I would love a big wooden desk. Let's go to the police station. I'm sure they won't be angry that I've impersonated a police officer. See? Creepy drum man. Why is the creepy drum man everywhere?
Hey,
The drummer looks at Gabriel but says nothing in return. A drummer has decided to sit up outside the police station.
The drummer is now appearing in it. I'm not sure if it's the same one, but they're all dressed very similar. A drummer, is it like a Starbucks? A drummer on every corner?
A drummer has decided to sit up outside the police station.
I mean, a drummer on every corner that has places that seemingly, like, subtly relate to
The
voodoo.
police station is in a classic French Quarter building.
I don't want to look at it, I want to go in it. There we go. That man that was at the front has now gone. Can I speak to you about anything new, Mr. Frick?
can I bother you again, officer?
What is it this time?
No, I'm not going to sit here and do that. Let's go to the policeman because I know he wants to see me for an interrogation.
Glad you made it. It'll give you a feel for how I am in action. You know, handling suspects, that
There's
sort
the
of
dude
thing.
from
I'm
the front.
sure it'll be invigorating. Who is this guy, anyway?
Calls himself Crash. He's been an informant for us before, mostly helping us bust small-time pimps and dealers trying to break into the territory. He's been staying invisible during these murders, but we picked him up this morning at Jackson Square pushing coke. He knows something. Call it detective's instinct.
Detective's instinct. Got it.
He was just selling Coca-Cola. Why have they arrested him?
All right, Crash. I want to hear about these murders.
Drugs.
Have you been present at the so-called voodoo rituals?
I don't know nothing. All right, I told you.
Come on now. You can tell me. Do you know anyone who's been to these rituals?
Look, I can't say nothing. You gotta let me go.
Relax. No one knows you're here. The men who picked you up were in plain clothes.
Plain clothed. Like you could fool them. They know I'm here. They've got ears all over the city. They know everything.
Who are they, Crash? Are they the ones doing the murders?
Let me go.
If you're so worried about being detained, start talking. You tell me what I want to hear, and maybe I can get you into the witness protection program. But you gotta earn it.
Witness protection? Are you crazy? Oh, don't make me laugh. Oh, Jesus, just let me out of here.
Oh, come on. Who's behind these murders, Crash? Why are the victims all members of the underworld?
Oh, by now they know I'm here. It's different when I'm supposed to come here. Oh, if I can send a message. Yeah. Tell them I didn't say nothing.
Christ, he's freaking useless. Just take him back to detaining, would you, Tony? I'll tell you, times like this, I'd kill for truth serum. Damn civil rights.
Can I quote you on that?
Huh?
Jesus!
Hell no. Damn, we can only keep him for 24 hours. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna have to let him go. Sorry it wasn't more exciting. You know, for the book, I mean. Hey, maybe you could punch it up some. You know, what do they call that? Fiction. That's it.
It certainly is. I'll see what I can do.
Well,
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
What else can you tell me about voodoo?
I told you, don't worry about that part of it. It's all fate.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Lots. Can you be more specific?
Do you know anything about the killers?
At least 20 people attend the killings. We know this from the variety of footprints found at the scenes.
Footprints. Aren't those as good as fingerprints?
Can be, but we'd have to have a suspect in custody first, and the suspect would have to match one of the few distinct prints we have. Most of the footprints are smudged, trodden over, unreadable. These guys are so casual in their expertise, it's maddening. Like they know we'll never find him.
How many murders have there been so far?
7 murders have so far been linked to the Voodoo murders case. The first murder occurred about 8 weeks ago. The MO is the same in each murder. Lake Pontchartrain was the 7th.
What kind of evidence have you found?
No fingerprints, a few bare footprints. Found a few fibers, but not many. The weirdest one was leopard fur.
Leopard fur.
You've not really missed anything, Benner. We went and spoke to I can't remember where you were last week. What did you remember from last week? Nothing dramatic's happened. I dressed up as a priest and interrogated an old woman.
Describe the crime scenes.
Well, there's the corpse itself, minus the heart. Around where the body was killed, we find marks and flour and blood. There are traces of wax from candles, red and black. Ordinary wax candles, so the lab reports. Also blood and feathers of chickens, and goat's blood. And plenty of the victim's own, of course.
What's the coroner say?
The victim's heart is always ripped out of the chest and missing. We haven't located a single one of them.
Lovely. Any idea what they do with
They
them?
probably eat them.
Don't even want to know. Also, the coroner says some of the victims had heart attacks before the incision. Literally scared to death. The knife wounds are consistent with a long, narrow, wavy-edged knife. Probably a ritualistic dagger.
Any witnesses?
Nope.
Where have we
There's never
seen a
been a single
ritualistic
witness.
dagger?
No one's even heard a disturbance. It's damned weird. Like they just don't want people to see. And so nobody sees nothing.
I'm not responsible for these voodoo murders.
Know anything about the victims?
I have an
The
alibi.
victims are all out-of-towners. We still don't know why.
This was released. This is 1993. So how old was I? 89, 1991, 92, 93. I was 5 in 1993. I probably was not performing ritualistic murders.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Maybe.
Sure,
I don't know.
no problem.
That's not an admittance
Okay.
of guilt.
Anything else?
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Is she that redheaded chick that works at Freddy's?
No.
I was 5.
And I don't know her.
How many murders did you commit when you were 5, Avi?
What can you tell me about Narlins?
Yarlins.
I'm too sentimental to say anything else about it.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Animal masks? You mean like those Halloween masks they sometimes use in robberies?
I don't think so. More like real animals.
Never ran across anything like that.
Do you know anything about veves?
What?
Veves. They're ritualistic patterns used in voodoo. You know, like those marks we found around the body.
You know what the department says about that, Knight? That voodoo stuff is faked.
Yeah, well, they're wrong. These veves...
Look, just stop worrying about those marks. I don't think they're relevant.
Policeman doesn't think that the human sacrifice voodoo markings are he thinks they're irrelevant.
What do you know about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? Sounds like a put-on to me.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
That's coming up, isn't it? We get some occasional weirdness in the quarter, but nothing much. Used to have a lot of strange things happen, though, or so I hear.
What else can you...
I don't know much.
Does the phrase Caprice encore mean anything to you?
Hell no! Is that French? My mother spoke it, but I always had a hard enough time just speaking English.
True enough. Have you ever heard of Damballa?
You mean gumbo?
No, I mean Damballa.
Never heard of it.
Can you tell me anything about a secret voodoo hound fall?
Oh, come on. Somebody's pulling your leg, Knight.
Are you sure?
Ain't nothing secret about voodoo in Narlands. There's a museum, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, but that's the stuff they want you to see.
You're getting mighty paranoid, Knight.
Can you tell me...
I told you.
Does the name
Say what?
Ogun Badagri...
Speak English or shut up, Knight.
Don't
Sorry,
like this
didn't
man.
mean to confuse you. Guess I'll take that as a no.
Also, I think he fixed the thermostat after I fiddled with it.
What's the status on the voodoo murders case?
Sure as hell ain't going well. There sure are a lot of breaks being applied in different areas of the investigation. We're getting some real info on the victims now, and they're not exactly upstanding citizens. I was hoping to get more out of Crash, but he's scared shitless.
What's...
You're as fil-
Okay.
If Mosley wants,
Definitely something.
there's no reason.
Desk. Let's go.
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Have a good one.
Literally, the loading symbol is a creepy knife. Officer Franks, have you got anything for me?
Excuse me, officer?
Yes?
No.
Oh,
Fine.
Mr. Frick, have you got anything for me?
can I bother you?
What is it?
No. Strange man at the front of the police station. I almost called it a detective house. I mean, it is, sort of, I guess. No, I don't think I've spoken to him.
Officer, can I ask...
Desk sergeant's right over.
No, he doesn't want to speak to me. Okay, so... Window. Phone book. Did the phone book. Don't need to learn more about voodoo. There must be a fast, easy way to educate myself. Went to the university. Went to the lecture about that. Went to an interrogation. So much for Southern hospitality. Got a thing. During voodoo ceremony, worship's possessed by a or ridden by a lower. I could go back to the university because some time has passed. But this guy Crush is terrified of his bosses, whoever they are. Real twitchy, kept muttering about how he'd be in trouble. Felt a bit sorry for him. Telling Mosey I'll pull him in my book may have been the best idea ever. He's giving me loads of gory details about the murders. All 7 stiffs were out of towners and the crime scenes were popular places, yet there are no witnesses. The murderers seem to have a knack for being invisible. They've got 0 leads. He says the voodoo aspects are faked, but I'm not sure why the police have reached that conclusion unless it's just mollify local practice. To mollify. At the scenes they found goat's blood, candle wax and even leopard fur. The woman I see in my nightmares changed into a leopard. I know it's a strange coincidence, but it's damn strange. Can I speak to you?
Hey,
The drummer looks at Gabriel but says nothing in return.
Can I give you a piece of paper with some detailed, like, evil markings on it?
hey,
The drummer looks.
No. I don't think he knows anything about snakes either. No. Let's see if I can go back to the university. I'm sorry everybody, this one seems like a bit of a... I'm trying to find, like, the little square in all of these squares where I need to click to proceed the story. No hints or anything, is there? I don't think so. Hello, smarmy man.
mind if I pick your brain?
Not if it will get you out of my lecture hall.
Bit harsh.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound fall?
Secret voodoo hound for? Where, Mr. Knight?
In New Orleans.
Well, I don't know anything about a secret hound for in New Orleans. But if you find something along those lines, let me know.
Do you know anything about...
I told you.
Do you know anything about Veve?
I told you I would research it, Mr. Knight.
Tell me what you mean by black voodoo.
Well, like any religion, the beliefs can tend toward positive or negative ends, can be used for good or evil. Christianity, for example, has its doppelganger, Satanism. Anytime you attempt to set up an icon to explain evil, you invite some warped mind to worship it. The same is true of voodoo. There are those who are drawn by and desire personal power from the darker, bloodier Loa.
Can you give me an example?
All right. There is a very secret, very dark cult in Haiti called the Cult des Morts, Cult of the Dead. Their primary Loa is Papa Nebo, Loa of the cemetery. They practice a particularly disgusting form of necromancy, magic using the dead. They dig up corpses and use their decaying bodies for various spells and curses.
No, he's still
Can you
going.
give me another example of black voodoo?
In tribal Africa, there were and still are black bokors, shaman bent toward the dark, who not only practice necromancy, but also human sacrifice.
Again?
Is there anything else you can tell me about black voodoo?
Only that if it's being practiced in this city, none of us are safe.
That's mysterious.
The door to Hot...
Is there anything in your bin?
Okay, thanks.
Good day, Mr. Knight.
Okay, thanks. I am... Would there be anything here, though? Got clay. I get more clay? No.
That doesn't seem to work.
Gabriel, blood. Release tape.
Gabriel is on the sand and clay shore.
No, don't think there's anything there. She's not possibly going to let me in, is she? Knock, knock.
May I help you? Ah, it's you. Ms. Geddy is not at home, sir.
Can you tell me where she is? It's very important.
She's visiting her mother's grave, Mr. Knight.
Yeah, to
Something
the graveyard
even
then.
you can't be tasteless enough to want to interrupt.
I mean, I think I will. He's pretty tasteless, right? Let's go to a graveyard and interrupt somebody. You're a bit creepy. Let's speak to you. Yeah.
Hello there. Got a sec?
Abby knows
Go
where it's
ahead.
at.
These folks ain't in no hurry.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound fall?
I don't know nothing about that.
You know anything about a secret murderous society that lives in this city that would probably kill you if you had insider knowledge?
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? I've seen lots of voodoo markings in this cemetery. I've seen graves dug up and stuff you don't want to know about stolen from them. But voodoo? Black voodoo? Sounds like a devil of a distinction, if you ask me.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think he knows what we're talking about.
The marks are reddish in color and remind Gabriel of crosses.
I'm sorry. If that happens again, I will mute myself.
The wall doesn't... The name Ross is in...
My family's tomb is down that way, past the Ross tomb. I don't need to go visit the family tomb.
Let's go be creepy and interrupt a woman mourning at a grave.
Malia?
Mr. Knight, what are you doing here?
Why is that
my
a
family's
lift?
tomb is here.
Mine too.
Unnoticed. Subtle.
Well, Mr. Knight, if there's nothing else.
Don't go. I need to talk to you.
Why is he
Whatever
being
for?
creepy?
I can't stop thinking about you. I've been in your thoughts too. I can see it in your eyes.
Mr. Knight, you don't know anything about me. I'm not in a position to get involved.
I've said that a million times myself, but this is different. I think we both know we can't fight it. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this.
I have so many obligations. My family is very traditional.
And then now is not the time. Romance is happening.
Hey, I love tradition. I've seen Fiddler on the Roof 100 times.
Romance, air quotes, is happening.
This isn't a musical, Mr. Knight. We live in different worlds.
Look, I know you got more money than God. Do you think I care? Do you think that's why I'm saying this?
No, I don't.
Why don't you come see my world? I've got a little bookshop, St. George's on Bourbon.
I know.
See, I knew it. You're crazy about me, too. Come by tonight. Please? My world isn't so bad.
I'm sorry, but there's no place for someone like you in my life. Not now, not ever.
Damn it.
I mean, that one was probably more valid. I feel he's met this woman 3 times. These sorts of conversations do not happen in real life. That's a great place for a romance. Can we all just talk about the fact that this is a lift? Those doors close like a lift. When have you ever been to a graveyard that has electric, clearly electric, because there's like a fuse board on the wall, lift doors? She's loaded.
The plate is in lock position.
But that open and close like a lift.
There's a small marble plate near the tomb doors.
Catacombs don't have lifts. Catacombs implies that they've been there for a very long time and, like...
2 heavy, solid marble doors provide an entrance to the tomb.
That clearly aren't lifts. I can force the doors open.
The tomb door is securely shut against the material world.
That's a very odd sentence. The material world.
2 heavy, solid marble doors provide an...
I mean, they can, but...
An angel draped dramatically over a stone plinth marks the entrance to a large tomb.
This entire setup screams something creepy to me. Hang on. Why have I got Malia Geddy coming up there? Oh, she must have left in that direction. Is she just... So Malia Geddy is just round the corner, apparently.
Another ancient...
And click on Malia Geddy because she left in that direction.
A stone angel leans down to gaze at something unseen.
Where are you going, Gabriel?
Gabriel looks at and in the vases.
But yeah, her name is definitely...
I don't need to go visit the family tomb.
She's definitely just around the corner. Finish morning, yeah. Come on. I wonder if that's enough to trigger the end of the day, because Malia feels it too. I knew it. I saw it in her eyes. She could barely keep them off me. I felt her trembling just being close to me, damn it. If she'd just stopped denying it. Oh. Yeah, this is what the game used to look like. Okay.
Food, trinkets, and more unsettling things have been left at Marie Laveau's tomb as offerings from believers. Food.
Can I take them?
No thanks.
No, I didn't think so.
A plaque on the...
Mosley and I used to switch street signs.
Why is that even an option if it's not?
A plaque on the tomb.
I don't need to go.
Don't need to go see my tomb tonight. Come on. There
It's getting late.
Yeah, there we
Gabriel
go.
decides to go home for the day.
So all it took me was going randomly to Miss Geddy's house and being like, I'm in love with you, Miss Geddy. Oh, she's coming anyway.
Excuse me. I'm going inside.
Oh? I'm afraid St. George's is closed for the day.
I'm not a customer. I'm here to see the owner.
Why don't you just leave your name and number with me, and I'll tell him you stopped by.
Listen, if Gabriel is here, he'll want to see me. Is he? Here?
I really couldn't say for certain, but in the morning...
Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, Mr. Knight.
You came. I didn't think you would.
I didn't think I would either.
Your eyes. I could show you around a little. It's not much, but...
Please don't. I couldn't focus on much of anything.
I'm cringing
Yeah,
so
I
hard
know.
right now.
God, what is it about you?
Just shut up and kiss me.
Like, was this the romance people wanted in the 90s when this game was originally made? Abby just vomited it. Dies in shock silence. Benna. I don't know what Benna feels about this. Oh, I didn't read. I missed it. I've been reading the poems in the days. There she goes, sneaking off for a walk of shame. Newspaper. Shut up and kiss me. Ugh. Oh, they're clearly upset with each other. There's no back and forth this morning. Confusion. What are you confused about, Benna?
You're not speaking to me this morning?
Don't be silly. I just have nothing to say.
Have it your way.
So I'm consistently impressed by this guy and
Have
his
you noticed
ability.
this guy outside the shop?
Yeah, he gives me the
Where's
creeps.
the creepy
We
drummer
should go
man?
away.
Did you find out anything about that pattern I gave you?
Yeah, I did find something. I checked the microfiche at the public library. I found an article about a murder in 1810. The newspaper published part of a pattern found around the body. It looks damn close.
You're incredible. All that work.
Forget it.
Is there anything? Is it related to the game, and is there anything you'd like me to attempt to clear up for you? Because if there is anybody confused in the chat right now, I can try and explain. I think it's the difficulty with playing these story games week to week. Some of the stuff isn't always going to translate so well.
Today's newspaper.
Why is the creepy man outside? It's been a day. Fair enough.
Times dated June 21st, 1993. Gabriel's eye is immediately drawn to an article about the voodoo murders. He scans it quickly.
I don't believe this. They've closed the case.
What case?
The voodoo murders case. The paper says that the police have learned that the murders were a result of an underworld cartel war, and that the war is over.
That's not good?
It's ridiculous. And what about the killers? And the voodoo angle, they never got anything on that.
I know you were into it, Gabriel, but if it's over, that's hardly a negative. Anyway, if you're that upset, why don't you talk it over with your pal Mosley?
You don't get it, Grace. Just forget it, okay?
Gabriel decides to check his horoscope, despite his disgust. Death walks close to you today. Resist temptation lest his eye fall on you, too.
Peachy.
Gabriel also spots an ad for Sam Springleton, a jeweler. Sam hangs out at the Napoleon House.
It just so happens I have some jewelry that I would like you to remake. No, it's literally there.
Time stated. Gabriel decides to check his death.
Peachy.
Gabriel also.
Case closed. Voodoo murders solved. The so-called voodoo murders are over at last, says Detective Franklin Mosley of the New Orleans Police Department. Our investigation has turned up that these murders were the result of an underworld drug cartel war, said Mosley at a press conference yesterday evening. That war has now ended, and the people of this great city are safe again. The police say they are doubling efforts to crack down on the underworld drug trade that briefly turned New Orleans into a private battleground. Also, do you think anybody would buy a newspaper? I hate the way he says Peachy, yeah. Do you think anybody would ever buy a newspaper if the horoscopes were that dire on a daily basis? Death walks close to you today. Resist temptation, lest his eyes fall on you too. So yeah, Sam Springleton is probably the place that I need to take this to, the bracelet mold. So, and that will be another reason for me to spin off on some sort of wild goose chase. Are we going to talk about the creepy man at the window?
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Any messages?
Do you have messages for me?
Your grandmother called. She said to remind you to stop by and go through your father's things.
Okay. Do you have messages for me?
That man from Germany called again.
See,
Wolfgang Ritter. Now he's claiming to be a relative of yours.
Interesting. Tell me about...
No, I don't want to know about you, Grace. Sorry, we've had this
Nothing, I
discussion.
guess. Never mind. Could you do some...
No, I don't have any research for you either. Click the yellow button. There we go.
Can I get that phone number for Wolfgang Ritter?
Sure, I'll give it to you when we're done talking. Here's that phone number.
Thanks. Get the hell out of here.
The figure outside does not respond. Gabriel watches the man watching the shop.
Let's go call my angry German relative. Don't just pick up the phone. I wanted to use the number on it. No. Hello. Okay.
Didn't Grace say you had to dial 011 first to get international?
011 490 24.
I'm not calling Germany. That Wolfgang Ritter guy says he's a relative, but I've never heard of him.
Then why take the phone number? I'm going to my grandma's. They might know about it.
I'm going out.
Don't hurry back on my account.
They're so mean to each other. Yeah, so I've got Napoleon House. So let's start as we mean to go on and go to the police station first. Go in there and punch a policeman for cancelling a murder investigation.
Knight, hate to tell you this, but you're out of a book. The voodoo murders case has been closed.
I had a feeling you were gonna say that. Son of a bitch. I have to tell you, bud, I'm pretty pissed off about this case being closed. You guys are making a big mistake.
Hey, I'm not any happier about it than you are, Knight, but I've got my orders.
How can I convince you to reopen the case?
Look, the department's not interested.
So, couldn't you make them interested?
With what? I got 7 bodies and still no leads. The voodoo angle's worthless, and besides, these people aren't hurting anybody but out-of-town drug dealers and hitmen.
The voodoo stuff is not worthless. It's the key to the whole thing. And these people are dangerous. They need to be stopped.
Okay, you want me to reopen this case? Prove what you just said.
What do you mean?
You need to prove that there's a legitimate voodoo cult in Narland. Prove that they're a threat. Get me a lead on the cult.
How can I convince...
I already... You... Prove that there's... Prove...
Prove
Get
that they're
me
a threat. Okay. Okay, so that's done.
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Have a good one.
I didn't have a nightmare last night. I was too busy banging that random woman, I suppose. In-game we're talking about. That was a very weird sentence. Napoleon's head was the thing. I go there today. Does that mean I can go up here today, which means it's the 21st?
Those binoculars. Gabriel is standing on the balcony of a building across the street from Jackson Square. On the balcony are 4 mounted binoculars.
Look at all those chickens!
Alien Death. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, that was a not my best sentence of the day, I will say. Mr. Wizard, thank you for redeeming all those chickens. So, was there a red dot there? These all do something different. You. Creepy, that weird woman. Oh yeah, we freaked out. That wasn't in my recap. We freaked out a random woman in a park. Because she thinks we're like destined for something evil.
Nice flowers.
I didn't interact with it.
St. Louis.
No. Is there anything to interact with on this?
A Cajun band. Inventive as always with their instruments. Is having a good old time on the lawn. Funny how catchy that toe tapping can be. Madame Lorelei's booth is deserted.
It's because we freaked her out with our secret evil destiny. Nothing on that one other than that red dot, which is peculiar. I'm going to go see what that is.
That's Crash. What the hell is he up to with that drummer?
He's whispering. He's heading
Huh.
off.
Crash and the drummer. Interesting.
Heading off in the direction of the church. That's probably it, right? How do I leave here? There we go. More sus drummers. I told you it was the drummers. Why do the drummers keep turning up everywhere? There's something red on the grass. What is this? There is something clearly there. There is something clearly on the grass there, and it's not a thing. That's infuriating.
Hey there, nice beat. I dig it.
The drummer does not respond.
Has anybody ever actually said "I dig it" since like the middle of the 1980s? He headed off in the direction of the church.
I need to talk to you. Ask you some questions.
Well,
No way, man. I'm too sick. Go away.
Come on. I have to know what you know about these voodoo people.
You don't know nothing about nothing, man. You are so far out of it, you wouldn't understand anything. Just like that friend of yours, Mosley. Go away!
I'm not like Mosley. I know more than you think I do. I'll believe you.
Forget it, man. It's not worth my breath.
he doesn't sound very well. Just to clarify, the game didn't look like this 29 years ago. So if that's a pixel error, it's been brought through from the previous game. So I call bullshit. There is clearly something on that grass there. Why would it be red? I do, but I also say rad, jazz, and lots of other 80s, 90s slang. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not judging. I don't use that in terms of my like general. You know, it's not something I'm familiar with, and I've never heard somebody actually say it in conversation.
Come on, talk to.
I'm too sick to waste my time.
Go get him some cold medicine.
Crash is huddled in a pew.
Has he been voodoo cursed, do you think? Would he like some hair gel? So we've probably got to heal him in some way. Because he's not going to speak to me until I do.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Is there suddenly a voodoo cold medicine on the around here somewhere? I would like you to cure my voodoo infected friend.
Can I ask you just a few more questions?
Whatever, man.
I mean, if anybody's gonna know, right? Of course he doesn't. That would have been too easy. I feel like I'm gonna have to cure him in some way, so let's hit up the two voodoo people in the meantime.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
Alright.
Given demand.
Why is there suddenly an option to, like, operate him?
Can I ask you some more questions?
Of course. I also...
He hasn't got anything either, okay.
I'll be going.
Come back again.
There's no answer. Perhaps Casanova...
Cemetery done. The grandma. And... let's go see what this person is. You see? That same voodoo drummer is just following me around town.
Can I ask you some questions?
I'm here to relax, friend. Now buzz off.
Right. Sorry.
That's not very nice. Speak to all the random people at their tables.
Can I ask you some questions?
No. Now, do you mind?
I do mind. Why is touch the woman an option?
Can I ask you some questions?
Sure. You want to know my sign?
Yes.
On second thought, I don't think you could.
Okay. Let's talk to the barman.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Sure. I'm not too busy at the moment.
Here we go. Let's talk to this random barman about voodoo.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? don't believe in it myself. I invented a drink once called Laveau's Tomb, but it wasn't very popular. Some people do believe, though. Even some of our regulars here at Napoleon House.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
It's all over the papers. Some kind of serial killings.
What do you know about the voodoo murder?
They say a lot of voodoo stuff is found near the bodies.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Everybody's talking about it.
Okay. Yeah, so chat, I'm probably gonna, unless I'm told otherwise by you guys, I'm gonna exhaust all the chat, because obviously if I click straight to this, but we get a lot of lore from asking all of these questions, so I'm just gonna work through them.
What can you tell me
every
about
time.
New Orleans?
Greatest city in the world. I never want to live anywhere else.
Has anybody been to New Orleans before? Is voodoo literally everywhere, like this game is implying?
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Not the human
This city must
sacrifices
get about
bit,
a
but is it
million
like
tourists
mentioned
a year,
anywhere?
especially around Mardi Gras.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
A lot of people come here because they think it's mysterious. All that talk about voodoo.
What can you tell me about?
You should probably find a book on the subject.
There we go.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
All I know is it's some kind of voodoo holiday.
What's the
People who believe in that stuff think it's...
Do you know anything about snakes?
What about them?
No, just anything.
You ask the weirdest questions. I don't know anything about snakes.
Have you ever heard of Marie Laveau?
Sure. She's kind of the patron saint of voodoo in New Orleans. Don't know too much about her, but the tourists sure get off on all that stuff.
Have you ever heard?
There's a voodoo museum in town. They'd know more about it than I do.
It bothers me that you don't. He asked the same question every time. So if I
Do
ask
you know
about,
anything about animal masks?
there's multiple
Come
responses.
Mardi Gras, you see all kinds of masks in here.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? No, I prefer not to think about that kind of stuff, personally. Crime, perversion, weirdos, just makes me depressed.
So I'm going to reveal to everybody that this guy was based loosely on my face. This is what I look like in real life, mustache and everything.
Does the name
Confirmed.
Ogun
This is my
Badagri
face
mean
reveal.
anything to you?
Never heard of it.
ELB, welcome to the chat. We are exploring New Orleans and trying to seek out evil voodoo murders. I have just revealed that this waiter that I'm speaking to, his face is actually mine. I have a big honking mustache like that in real life.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Never heard of it.
Can you tell me anything about a secret voodoo hound fall?
Are you kidding? Around here? Hope they aren't serving drinks.
Well, if they are, I don't think anyone in his right mind would want one.
Dolly, would you like to confirm if I have a big honking mustache? Yes, I look like Luigi. Absolutely, absolutely massive. We have to wax it. Like, I wax it into 2 points. More like Waluigi, if anything.
Does the phrase Caprice encore mean anything to you?
Never heard of it.
Tell me about it.
A good bartender listens to other people's life stories without telling his own.
Alien Dev, I appreciate a good ZZ Top beard. I have had a pretty long beard myself. You know. Everybody loves a good beard.
What can you tell me about your regulars in here?
There we go.
See those old guys at the chess table? That's Sam and Marcus. They
Sam's
played
the
there
jewelry
every day
man.
for 20 years. Sam, the one with the purple jacket, he's lost every one of those games. It's not that he's a bad player. I've seen him beat guys twice as good as Marcus. But Marcus has Sam so psyched out, he loses his nerve every time. By the way, Sam, the chess player, he's into that voodoo stuff. He's always talking about spells and gree-gree and such.
Really? Thanks. So what has Sam told you about voodoo?
Well, about 50 years ago, Sam was too shy to talk to this pretty girl he was in love with. He went to a voodoo-ien and had her make him a love charm. It was a little pouch that he had to bury under the girl's front porch. Well, he buried the pouch, and the next day he went up and talked to the girl. And sure enough, she didn't reject him. Now she's his wife, poor guy.
I don't know how I feel about the concept of a... Like, if voodoo actually works, he just, like, love spelled her into a marriage, and that's just a little bit...
Hi, how's it going?
It is creepy, isn't it? It's been worse.
Tell me about the street musicians around here.
I like music as much as the next guy, but they get pretty monotonous sometimes, you know? Like that drummer right outside. They say there's been a drummer outside Napoleon House since the day it opened. Now, I like drums, but this character really gets on my nerves. It sounds like the same thing over and over. I just want to say enough already.
Sounds like my life.
He's also got a voice like mine, Avi. That's like I speak like that. No, why am I saying that? You can hear my voice. That's not even slightly true. That was a complete lie, admit it. And I can't even pretend to do that accent. No, I'm not even going to try. Let's go talk to Sam.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt your game, but could I ask you a few questions?
What game? This ain't a game, it's a slaughter.
He's right, you know. So let me die in peace, would you?
Are you sure I can't bother you with a few questions?
Mister, please, I'm trying to turn this game around.
Yeah, right. Got a crowbar?
Shut up, you bastard.
Shut up, you bastard. I just want to ask you some questions, sir.
You come here a lot, don't you?
Every ever-loving day of my life for 20 years.
I don't think I'm going to get anything out of these two.
Sorry to bother you.
I'm not the chatty type.
No, you old bastard, you're not.
Besides, I'm busy sucking poor old...
You're a real sweetheart, Marcus, you bastard.
A man in a loud...
I'll give you the jewelry thing.
Could you do anything with this?
What did I say to Sam?
What is this, a clay mold? Interesting. I am a jeweler, you know. But I'm retired. I'm going to sit here in this freaking chair until I beat this bastard.
You plan to be buried in that chair, then?
A man in a...
What do you guys do when you're not playing chess?
I used to be a jeweler. Marcus here was a butcher. Huh, come to think of it, he still is. Now we just sit here and play chess all day. Actually, Marcus plays. I just sit here and let him win.
Okay, I have a plot hole. If he used to be a jeweler, why is he advertising his jewelry business in the paper, which arrived this morning? That's weird, right? That's not just me. I mean, I don't have anything else to sell him. He believes in voodoo. That is weird, right? I have an idea which I think is right.
Hi.
Does this sign say luck potion? Because I feel like it did. Master gambling oil with every purchase over $50. I need... yeah, so if he wants to win his chess game and believes in voodoo, this has been there since the very beginning of the game.
The sign says, Special St. John's Eve Lagnia. Free bottle of lover come back to me oil. Or master gambling oil with every purchase over $50.
Log me up. My French is lousy, but everyone in New Orleans knows what that means.
So,
a
like,
little something extra.
So, like, he needs that because he believes in voodoo in the same way he got his wife. And then he will make me the bracelet. Can I speak to you? And for some reason I have to buy that mask and it keeps coming back round to it.
Whatever, man.
Okay, nothing. Okay, so let's ignore the whole murderous cult for a bit and let's go visit Grandma. Who is not on that map. Grandma Knight's house. Oh, dude. Fucking hell. Does anybody else's grandma's house look like this? Because I remember having grandma's house
Gabriel,
looking like
I'm
this.
so glad you stopped by.
Oh, sorry it's been a while, Grandma.
Not at all. Give me a kiss.
Now, come on, sit down. Tell me how you're doing.
Gabriel doesn't want a crowd, Granny. He prefers the chair.
Why is it suddenly giving me all sorts of options like this?
How have you been, Gran?
Just fine, dear. I'm sorry I bothered you at work, but
My grandma
I
was
was
tiny
hoping
as
you'd
well,
get a
Abby.
chance to go through your father's things in the attic.
Don't be silly. You can call me anytime.
It still bothers me, the slight animation that they put on the heads, like the whole neck movement is just a little bit creepy. Do we want to talk to my grandma about voodoo murders, though? I did
What
say
can you tell me
that
about
I was going
voodoo?
to...
Voodoo? What an odd question, Gabriel. Of course, you always were interested in monster movies and all that other weird stuff. You get that from your father and granddad. I don't know anything about it, dear. Of course, it was very big in New Orleans at one time, but you don't hear so much about it these days. Too much else in the world to worry about, I guess.
That is not my sexy pregnant grandma, Sky. Now provide context to that, because if anybody is new to the chat and hasn't watched Phasmophobia, that sounds like a very strange question.
What can you tell me about the voodoo
There's a lot of that
murders?
going around today.
Oh, Gabriel, nothing. And I don't want to. I sometimes wonder what this world is coming to.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
New Orleans is very southern, of course, though not as much as it used to be when I was a girl. It's gotten much more influenced by the East Coast and that California stuff.
That California
Still, it
stuff.
hasn't changed as much as other places, I reckon. We've always been happy here.
Everybody, if you don't watch our Phasmophobia streams on Tuesday, for context about my sexy pregnant grandma, you'll have to watch on Tuesday at 9 o'clock UK time every week.
What can you tell me about
See, that's how you
New
cross-promote.
My goodness, boy, you lived here all your life, just like me. I can't tell you much that you don't already know.
I'm going to exhaust every conversation. Always be plugging.
St. John's Eve? I remember when I was a girl, we always had a St. John's Eve Mass. The Mass was said at midnight, and we held candles. One time, on the way home, we were waylaid by a large group of drunken revelers. They didn't hurt us, but oh, I was frightened. My father was furious. We never went to St. John's Eve Mass after that.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I haven't celebrated it in years, Gabriel. I'm sure there's still Mass in the more traditional churches, but I don't go.
I don't, like, as a massive atheist, is Catholicism ever sexy? Like, to Catholics, maybe.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Why, no, dear. Do you mean Mardi Gras masks?
Never mind, Gran. Have you ever heard of Marie Laveau?
Marie Laveau. Oh, of course. She was that voodoo woman, wasn't she? She preyed on people's fears and superstitions, is what I think. There are always those willing to take other people's money for nothing. You stay away from people like that, Gabriel.
Yes, Gran. Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? What kind of snakes, dear?
I don't know, local kinds.
Well, we used to get cottonmouths in the park when I was a girl, but I haven't heard of one being sighted for years. Milk snakes and garter snakes are also around these parts, but they can't hurt you.
Thanks, Gran.
Is that a snake scale in the park? It was a very red thing that I could see through a telescope, apparently, but is that what that is, do we think?
Can you tell me anything about a secret voodoo hound fall?
Gabriel, my goodness. What are you up to these days?
Oh, nothing, Gran, really.
You'd better not be. You know you're the only family I have left.
I know, Gran. It's okay.
Also, can we talk about the size of this sofa and the size of this woman? Because these are realistic, like, sized people in this lounge right now. This sofa could fit a family of 8.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Like the size of those cushions.
I don't know much about any kind of voodoo, Gabriel.
Does the phrase Cabri Sanko mean anything to you?
You know about human sacrifice, Grandma?
Something without something, I think. Oh, my French is so rusty, I swear my mind is going.
No, it's okay. Thanks. Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
What, dear?
Never mind.
We're getting there. We're getting to the actual story.
What, dear?
No.
Never mind.
We're getting into the bits where she straight up doesn't understand. I can compliment her. Let's get wholesome.
You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
Oh, you.
I miss my grandma. This game is making me miss my grandma all of a sudden. My grandma was a tiny woman, and like my 3 brothers, like I'm one of 3 brothers, and we're all absolutely huge. And we used to hug our gran, and she was an absolutely tiny woman to the point that my mother used to tell us not to hug her because we might break her when she got older. And this game's making me miss my grandma.
Tell me about yourself.
Me? Surely you have something more interesting to talk about.
No, come on, Gran.
Oh, all right, dear. What do you want to hear?
Let's find out about my grandma. What do you do?
What do you do all day?
You know how I love to knit and work in my garden. I also take long walks. It's the only way to keep an old body like mine from stiffening up.
You're not old.
Oh, don't be foolish. I'm older than the hills.
Tell me about before you met Granddaddy.
Well, you know I was born Rebecca Wright. My daddy owned a lot of land outside of town. We grew peas and corn and cotton, all kinds of things. It was a good childhood, but my father was very strict. He didn't much let me out of his sight.
Tell me how you met Granddaddy.
Oh, I met Harrison at a church revival. There was a traveling preacher back then, a big fella named Reverend Chim. I even remember his slogan, "Come to me to find your way." Your granddad was sitting right behind me and my girlfriend, Alma. And at one point, old Reverend Chim was flinging his hair around with his fine brimstone annex. And a piece of it, one of those small add-on doos for men, went flying off. I swear, Harrison and I were the only ones that noticed. We both started laughing to beat the band. Everyone looked at us like we were a couple of loonies. Oh, it was then I knew that he was for me.
How you feeling these days?
Fit as a fiddle, and don't you worry your head about it.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
All right, dear.
Story's about to happen.
Tell me about our family.
Who would you like to hear about? Your granddad, your father, or your mother?
I was expecting Wolfgang Ritter.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad immigrated to America when he was 21.
Did he immigrate from
He
Germany?
worked his way through school, met and married me, and we had your father, Philip.
Was his original name Ritter?
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad supported me and your father with bookkeeping. Oh, I tell you what, though, he hated every minute of it. Didn't really like bookkeeping one bit. Maybe that was why he had the worst luck with jobs. Oh, the nights he'd come home afraid to tell me he lost another. And I'd tell him it didn't matter to me, but he felt ashamed, Gabriel.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Harrison was only 36 when he died. Your father was 8 years old at the time. Your granddad was hit by a streetcar in the business district. It took me nearly a year to believe he was really gone.
I'm sorry, Gran.
Oh, I know you are, dear.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Did you know that your granddad was a poet? He was. He wrote the most beautiful poetry for me when we were courting. I always thought he should have done something with that gift, but he was such a practical man, didn't believe in chasing after dreams.
That's Gabriel Knight's granddad, everybody. Moving on to Philip Knight the Dead.
Tell me about my father.
Your father was my only child. How we adored him.
Tell me about my father.
Philip suffered from terrible nightmares, just like your granddad did.
Like I do.
They were two
Gabriel
peas in a
Knight
pod.
does.
Tell me about my father.
When Philip met your mother, it was love at first sight. They were married 2 weeks later. Never looked at a girl seriously until then, and he looked at plenty. You have your father's way with women, Gabriel. And your granddad's.
So it runs in the family. Gabriel Knight sees a woman 2 days later, inviting her back to his bookshop for a love affair. The dad got married after 2 weeks. The grandma is clearly a goer. Wow.
Tell me about my father.
I wanted to just lay down and die when he and your mother were killed in that car crash when you were only 8. It was the thought of taking care of you that kept me going, Gabriel.
Wait.
The police say your father swerved off the road after being frightened by something. Perhaps a deer in the road, or wildcat.
The granddad died when the dad was 8, and the dad died when Gabriel was 8.
Tell me about my father.
Your granddad wanted Philip to have a normal life. He was obsessed by that thought. He pushed Philip to go to law school, but Philip was driven to art. He painted almost in a daze. He would get so inside himself when he worked.
Tell me about my father.
He always hated that it was Margaret's money that supported the 3 of you when his painting couldn't. I kept telling him, try something more cheerful, like a landscape or two, but he couldn't do it. His work was just too dark and disturbing for the public, you know.
Tell me about my mother.
Your mother was Margaret Templeton when your father met her. She came from a very wealthy Creole family in New Orleans. She was beautiful and reckless. She was madly in love with your father, of course, but I also think she liked to find her family. Since you're so interested in family history these days, why don't you go by St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 and visit the family tomb? It would be such a sweet gesture.
And there's the reason for me to visit.
It's just past the Ross tomb, right? Oh, maybe I will.
What's going to be in my tomb, everybody? Is it going to be an empty... Be like a... Like, place your bets now. What's in the tomb? Secret bat cave?
Tell me about my mother.
Your mother's family
Dead
refused
bodies.
to give her money after the marriage. All she had left was a modest trust fund from her great-aunt, who happened to like Philip. The remainder of your mother's trust fund became yours when she died. That's what you used to open your bookshop.
Tell me about my mother.
The Templetons are all gone now. Every last one of them. Oh, they never wanted anything to do with us, of course. What a waste.
Never got an option to talk to her about Ritter. Naked Grandma Summoning Circle. Guys, I said I was upset about my grandma. Let's not loop back round into the naked sexy grandma pregnant thing.
Damn it.
There's a line here somewhere.
Never mind.
I will now be
All right,
a defender of all in-game nice grandmas.
Have you baked any of
Not
your
sexy
incredible
pregnant ones.
molasses pies lately?
No, dear. But you let me know when you want some and I'll whip up a half a dozen.
Half a dozen pies.
What's new,
That's
Gran?
all grandmas
I've
do
been
that.
working
Abby,
on
does
beta
your gran
sweaters for the
supply you
church
lots of
bazaar.
food?
Keeps me busy.
That should be... That was all you. You're talking to a grandma and us was in the basement. All this black magic talk. Avi, I think you came up with Swears and Scares, the original title. We should... If you start streaming... If you should start streaming, Avi, we should do a game and we could call it Grandma Defense Squad. I can't think of a game that would be relevant to that, but it would be a funny name for a stream. My nan made me half a dozen pasties. I mean, 6 pasties is just a lunch. All the pie.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Somebody
All
write
right,
down
dear.
Grandma Defense Squad. Can I show her the phone number? I can.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
Sorry. No, Gabriel.
No, that's literally the phone number. I want you to talk about the phone number with her. Oh. Video game logic. What is that?
The newspaper clipping describes a ritualistic
Oh, we didn't
murder
actually
in
look at
Congo
this.
Square. It includes a rough sketch of a pattern found around the body. The sketch is very similar to the reconstructed Veve.
Ah, so 1810. So that's going to be the trick, isn't it? Because Mosley would open the thing if we discovered that there was like some super secret underground cult in the thing, and if there was a murder in 1810 with the same pattern, the murders have been happening for quite some time. Tappercraft, what, and the what, Tapper? Have we lost you? These portraits.
On the wall are portraits of Gran and Granddad when they were young. Gabriel's inherited some good-looking genes.
Yeah, it's just photos.
Gabriel grew up in this room. Just being here makes him feel safe. And after about 5 minutes, claustrophobic.
Why does the voice actor of the...
Well, Gran,
No, I don't want to leave.
Wait a minute.
I didn't mean to leave. Oh, the portrait in my stuff. 1 second, I'll have a look.
My precious boy. How wonderful of you
Grandma,
to
I was
stop
just
by.
here 5 minutes
Can't
ago.
stay away from you, Gran.
The portrait. This portrait? Tapper? The police photo? Find that.
The photograph of Mosley was apparently taken upon his graduation from the police academy. He had hair then.
I need to go upstairs to the attic. I wanted to look at these photos. That's why I accidentally left. The fireplace.
Grandmother Knight rarely uses the fireplace these days. Too much of a hassle to clean.
Does anybody else think her voice has changed since we entered this house? A clock?
Granny doesn't like anyone messing with her clock, including Gabriel.
Oh, Grandma will get upset. Let's go to the loft.
I'm gonna go up to the attic, Gran.
Or the attic.
Be careful
for the
of the
Americans
dust.
in the chat. Now, it's just a picture of Mosley because it was given to us to use in the book, but it's absolutely ancient. Okay. This is one of those things, and this is the thing I love about the old point and clicks. This is all background. You can see this is background because as much as there's not really anything here, so I'll be able to observe this.
These old picture frames have been up here for years.
And for some reason I can move
I think
it.
I'll leave that up.
No, so I can look at this. This, the clock. Why is it a lot more animated than the rest? Oh.
There's an interesting design in the base of the clock.
We have probably got a puzzle of some kind.
There's an interesting design in the base of the...
This move. Okay. I mean, I have... It's like an old animation since adding that much shading to an interactive piece was so much work. No, I get it. It's just fun. But this is a remake of a game that was made a long time ago, so I could understand it from a previous game. But the remake is just a little bit strange. There's a keyhole.
The keyhole sits empty on the side of the clock. The face of the clock is hand-painted. A ring of 6 symbols surrounds the face of the clock. A sword, a sun, an angel, a noose, an eclipse, and a dragon. The ring of symbols doesn't appear to have any mechanical function, but it does move.
What really confuses me about this is if this is a puzzle, that doesn't click. I can just spin it freely. It's not like the dragon has to be at the top. It's just the minute. Okay, Bennett, you should. I hope it works for you, and I hope you'll be able to join us when it comes to it. I can't remember if you're this week or next week, but we look forward to playing with you. I literally have, unless it's lit. Is it in here? A snake and a snake and a lion. Is there a snake and a lion? No, the sun is quite prevalent. I don't think I have this yet. Open the trunk.
It looks pretty heavy.
I don't want to move it, I want you to open it. There we go.
There's a lot of Granddad's old stuff in here. Might be something interesting.
A Bible, some letters.
A bundle of letters. Love letters between Harrison and Rebecca. A bundle of letters. More of Harrison.
Guys.
Just what I need.
What's that, books?
More of Harrison.
Just what I need.
Guys, I'm going to take a 5-second break to go to the loo, and we're going to try something new for the first time ever. You're going to go to the BRB screen. And it has been 2 hours, so I highly recommend everybody get up, get a drink, stretch your legs if you're still watching. I'm going to put you on the BRB screen. I'm going to restart my music. I'm still here. It's just gone deadly quiet. I wish there was a magic button that did all this. And I'll be back. I'm going to run an ad for the people. I'm going to run an ad. So if you're subscribed, you'll be on the BRB screen. Otherwise, you'll see an ad. So I'll be back shortly. Okay, so see you in a minute. I'm just going to go to the loo, so maybe no more than 5 minutes, probably less. So BRB. We're back. I have a small mountain of biscuits. Everybody get up? Did everybody stretch? What was the ad like? What was the ad about? That's the first ad I've ever run. Anybody see it? Back to this charming music of rummaging through this chest. So...
A bundle of letters. Love letters between Harrison and Rebecca.
Let's not read Grandma's love letters. We click the books. A Bible. That's odd, right? I got up and got my cat. Cats are important. Just generally just oh, is there anything under here? No. Okay, then moving on. Anything under the cross? A picture. I mean, can I look at the picture? Ah, a key.
What's this? It's some sort of key.
I wonder if that goes in the clock. TLB, feed your cat. Cats are people too, TLB.
Some old clothes, including a pair of leather shorts.
Aren't those called lederhosen?
Did Gabriel just respond to the narrator? Did Gabriel just break the fourth
Some
wall?
old clothes, including a pair of leather shorts.
Aren't those called lederhosen?
He did.
Some old...
Aren't those called...
Okay, I get it. They're lederhosen. Clearly a passport there. But nothing. A hat? Did the books, did the letters, did the Bible, did the wallet. Is the only thing in here? Lock key. Okay. I was expecting... he knows he's in a video game. I was expecting to find something with Ritter written down on it in big red letters and be like, oh god, he is actually a relation.
Some old...
Aren't
Okay.
those...
Stop looking at the lederhosen. Okay, let's put the key in the clock.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
I was expecting it to be like da 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 and then open, and it would be really obvious. This is going to be I feel like this is going to be technical. So
I don't think there's anything else in that trunk that would interest anybody but my gran.
okay. Oh, she wanted me to go to the grave. If there's going to be a clue to a super secret family related clock in the loft, it's going to be a grave, right? What was? Why did that show inventory? What's happening?
Does this mean anything to you, gran?
Sorry, no.
I'll just show her the thing in your inventory. Spoilers, I'm eating biscuits. Really irritated that it shows her the number and not...
Does this mean anything to you,
Or
gran?
is this person
Sorry,
related to us?
no, Gabriel.
Well, gran, I'd better get going.
Thanks for stopping by.
No problem. Love you, gran.
Let's go to the grave. Does he know about my family's phone number?
Mind if I pick?
Go ahead.
I was expecting him to be like, oh, have you seen that Geddy tomb over there with the, you know... What is... I was... Oh, okay.
Someone has left a small vase by the Wright family tomb.
Not sure who else comes here besides me and Gran, but that was nice of them.
The marble and granite tombs are quite heavy. DeMarco reads...
These are Gran's folks. I never knew them.
DeMarco reads, Merrill Planter Wright.
These are Gran's folks. I never knew them. Miss you, Mom. Hey, Daddy. Hey, Daddy.
Gabriel doesn't want to take the nameplates from his family tomb.
Hey, buddy, I was expecting a much larger reveal from coming here.
DeMarco reads, Margaret Templeton Knight.
My mother. Gran talks a lot about you, Harley. How's it going, Granddaddy? Oh, shoot. Huh. Looks like someone left something in that vase. Looks like it's my lucky day.
$20, okay. Is this where we start accruing finances to buy that mask? I'm really... Raj just gonna take money from a graveyard. I keep running into all of these things that cost money, Abby. I'm not turning money down. I find graveyards are weird, TLB. I find graveyards weird when they've got tombs like this, because I assume behind each of these... Like, I assume behind each of these is a casket? Like a body? So all of these are full corpses.
The Wright family tomb. Several of Gabriel and Gran's family members are laid to rest here.
I was expecting something.
A statue of a small child clings to a cross atop the Wright tomb. The marble residents of this city of the dead say nothing.
Don't talk to the corpses. Literally to get $20. Is that all I was here for?
The marble and granite tombs are quite heavy. The Wright family tomb. Several of Gabriel and Gran's family members are laid to rest here.
No. No. The only time I went to a graveyard, the coffins were caved in because they were over 100 years ago. Over 100 years ago, yeah. They don't make them like they used to. I'm really downtrodden about how this doesn't seem to be anything.
The marble and granite.
I don't have anything. I haven't got anything to use. I haven't got, like, I don't want to wrench it open. I have a brick. Smash it with a brick. Maybe I'll come back here later.
Gabriel doesn't care to...
I got $20. That's the important thing. Waking up from Malia Gracie's... Voodoo Murders case has been closed. Like Sam. I mean, I should have probably showed the clock to my gran, right? The key of the clock to my gran. No, I took the key. I put the key. I don't have the key. Hang on, why have I suddenly got so Harrison Knight was called Heinz Ritter? Where did I get that from? So Harrison Knight was called Heinz Ritter. I don't remember that being explained to me. So maybe if I use the number now? I don't remember that being... Oh.
Hey, kids.
Bruno. How nice.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Gee, a customer.
Of yours? Hardly.
How's the flower business?
Well, better than the used book business, I see.
Rare books.
That explains why I so rarely see anyone in here. Are you going to sell me that wonderful painting of yours today?
How much?
How much would you give me for it?
Oh, you're serious? You'll let me have it?
Gabriel, don't you dare sell your father's painting.
Yeah, I'll let you have it all right. How much for the painting?
Well, I could give you 100. That's all I can let go at the moment, you know. My affairs are so tied up.
Gabriel, $100 for your father's painting?
Stay out of this, Grace. Fine. It's yours.
Gabriel!
Here's the 100.
That's $120.
You better take good care of this, Bruno. This is not just another of your hip art pieces, you know.
Really? Well, I fully intend to make the most of its display. Though not for your sake, I'm sure. At least in my shop, there'll be a chance of someone actually seeing it. I can't believe I actually got it. Just wait until I show Sid.
I don't know how I feel about what I just did, chat.
I don't believe you.
It's just a painting, Grace. There are things I have to do.
I don't know how I feel about the thing that I just did. But I now have $120. What? How much was the crocodile head? $5. I need $5 from somewhere. I just take $5 from the till.
Gabriel checks the drawer again.
I want a $5. Let me take a $5.
Gabriel doesn't want to take that with him.
Ugh. I bet she's mad with me now.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
No, she's just not going to mention it. Okay. Phone number. Are you going to call it? Because you've got that thing in your diary like it's been confirmed.
Didn't Grace say you had to dial 011 first to get international?
This is so upsetting. 011 4. Why do I have to dial this? 490-932-4333.
I'm not calling Germany. That Wolfgang Ritter guy says he's a relative, but I've never heard of him.
Why is it in the diary if that's the case? I wonder if the Gran needs to confirm it after I visited the grave. Still don't understand where that came from in the diary, but okay. Where are we at? It says, so Harrison Knight was really Heinz Ritter. I completely, if he said that at the graveyard, I completely missed it. But maybe, I don't know. Mosley says he can't do anything. Crest definitely knows something, but he's too freaked out. Probably got to cure him in some way. It's just super weird that it's got that thing in it. Been a while since I visited the family tomb to pay my respects, so I had... $4 points. I wonder if that's significant because of the 4 points. It's got like the circles like the clock. I can't zoom in, which is the irritating thing. It's a really creepy diary, I will say. I do not love my grandma, Dolly. Stop making that creepy game references. That creepy man is still at... whoever that guy out the front of the shop is, he's dedicated because he has not budged an inch. He's just stood there staring in the window.
I'll be back later.
Have fun.
I'll go back and speak to her after visiting the grave because that seems like a good connection. Oh, hi, Graham.
Gabriel, my love, how nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Gran.
She sits down like an old person.
Can we talk, Gran?
Of course, my...
No, there's still no option.
Oh.
All right, dear.
I find it really weird that there's...
Hey, that's my Gran. Show some respect.
I can't operate the Gran, everybody. If I can
Well,
bargain.
Gran, I'd better get going.
All right, dear. Be good and keep safe, Gabe, honey.
I will, Gran. See ya.
There's got to be something in that house that I'm missing, but I want to see if I can offer the guy... Oh, the snake in the grass, the thing in the grass. What is this? There's clearly something there. Oh. There's clearly something there. And now that's not polite.
Can you do the Nutcracker Suite in D minor?
Say what?
Oh, never mind.
If I were $5, where would $5 be?
Gabriel might need the goodwill, but he can't afford to make a donation right now.
I can pay him $120.
Come on, talk.
We did the chat about the family with her. There has to be a new option or something. Okay, I'll try. I'm going. I thought grandparents like gave you money, right? Like, why can't she just hand over $5?
It's my favorite grandson. How nice.
Your only grandson, but nice try, Gran.
Oh, go look at the stuff again. Okay. She's
Can we
got.
talk?
She's got no other herself.
Just tell me.
I had your father when I...
That's just the random,
All
like,
right.
consistent stuff. Okay, let's go look upstairs.
All right. Enjoy yourself.
Enjoy yourself. Do people have stairs to their attic like this?
I don't think there's anything else in that trunk that would interest anybody but my gran.
But I want
The
it.
trunk contains some old clothes, including a pair of leather shorts,
Aren't those called lederhosen?
serious hiking boots, more of Harrison Knight's German books,
Just what I need.
and a bundle of letters. Love letters between Harrison and Rebecca.
If the attic was intended to be a bedroom, then sometimes yes, fair enough. Was there something in particular you wanted me to do in the loft, Dolly?
A skylight lets
I look at the clock. What does the clock say?
an elaborate mechanical clock, probably of German origin, is among the discarded treasures of the attic.
I found the key to the clock. That was all that I got from the. That was all that I got from the chest. Can I pick up the clock? Maybe I can pick up the clock. There's an option to pick up the clock.
I think I'll leave that up here.
No, because it clearly does something, Gabriel. What is wrong with you? I'm trying to think if we've seen anything that even slightly hints along these lines. There's a photo and letter somewhere in the attic.
Nothing happened.
Are you cheating right now?
There's an interesting design in the base of the clock.
Is it in this drawer? Like... Snake, lion. Clock has to do something. I'm trying to rack my... The clue is, remember the poetry book at the bookshop run by Hans Ritter was... What was the title? The clue is, remember the poetry book at the bookshop written by Heinz Ritter. What was the title?
Well, Gran,
Thanks for stopping by.
No problem.
DollyWhiskers coming in with the clues.
I knew you'd miss.
Really?
Drei Drachen kriegen in meinen Schlaf.
The
Die
dragon.
Seele wollen sie
The dragon?
lebendig zum Fraß. Feurigen Atems, gespaltener Zunge, genießen sie jedes Mal.
Dry dragon. Okay. Are you... Did you just... Okay, you got a clue. Dry dragon. Is that... I thought the dragon, but dry dragon. Did you just get a clue, or are you cheating? Admit to everybody in chat, Dolly, head mod, light of my life. Did you just cheat for? 3 dragons. So 3 o'clock dragon. I got a clue. Okay. I don't want, like...
I'm going out.
Don't hurry back on my account.
Like, I like a clue. Like, give me a clue, but don't look up the solution for me. Because... No, I don't want to spoil it for myself. Fine, good. That's a good way of doing it. I don't want like big reveals. If you can get clues, then that's interesting. Because otherwise, I'll just be here for friggin' weeks
Gabriel,
if I get
my
stuck.
love. How nice to see
Gabriel,
you.
my love.
Nice to see you too, Gran.
My darling. I wish I could just bypass the sitting down phase, because I feel like that's adding minutes onto this conversation. 3 dragon. Okay.
I'm gonna go up to the...
Enjoy yourself.
Dolly wants me to get back to the big spoopy games, everybody. Dolly likes to see me spoop. So we're thinking 3. Dragon. Dragon?
Nothing happened.
Dragon.
The key winds the clock's mechanism.
I mean, that's a hell of a logistical jump. If that's the original, without the clue, that is a hell of a logistical jump. Especially if I don't know German. Is that it?
I think I'll leave.
Is there nothing
Granddad's...
else? There's nothing else on the clock. Okay, what do we get, everybody? I got a Ritter family photo.
The back of the photo has the following written on it. Schloss Ritter, 1925.
Okay.
The letter is written in German, but Gabriel determines what he can about it. It was sent from a place called Schloss Ritter in Rittersburg, West Germany. The letter is addressed to mein Sohn Heinz and signed Wilhelm Ritter.
My son
One
Heinz.
of the reoccurring words strewn throughout the letter is the word Schattenjäger.
You
The
like-
only other thing that Gabriel can decipher about the letter is a sense of urgency in the handwriting and in the heavy use of a quill tip, bold strokes, and underlining.
Schattenjäger sounds like some sort of like cocktail, like Jägermeister heavy cocktail. Okay, let's go show the Graham. Can I see it? Can I I want to see it.
The letter is written.
Okay.
It was sent. The letter. One of the only.
Come on. Can I now? Is it? Do I? I can't combine it either. Okay, so let's go speak to the Grandma. I mean, 90s games were prone to very large logistical jumps. Like there's something about a rubber chicken and a pulley in it, with a pulley in it in Monkey Islands.
Does this mean anything to you, Graham?
No, dear. I'm afraid I don't speak a word of German.
There is a German dictionary in the shop, and if it turns like it's the Snake book, I'm going to be really upset. Schattenjäger are like fantasy detectives. Okay, well he's a detective and there's voodoo murders, so I show you the photo.
Does this mean anything to you, Graham?
That one in the middle is your grandfather. Those other two, oh, I don't know.
The back of the photo has the.
I mean, I wonder. I need to go translate.
Well, Graham,
Take it easy on those women out there, will you, Gabe?
Women? You're my only girl, Graham.
I mean, I'm fond of a character that loves his grandmother, but he's clearly lying to her, if that's the truth. Let's try the dictionary.
Hello, beautiful. It's me.
The excitement of seeing you is killing me.
BRB, thank you for coming. We always appreciate the visit. Hope you have a nice time driving your sister's car, or your sister driving you in her new car. Have a look at the bookshelf. Yeah, German-English dictionary. Can I just use it?
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Besessen means possessed.
I want to translate things.
Gabriel leaves.
Spiel means
Heinz Ritter. Oh well, I know. Can I speak to Grace? Can she
Don't
translate
mind.
something
Do
for me?
what?
Oh no.
Do we know anybody that speaks German in this game yet? I don't think so.
Got a minute, Graham?
What's up?
Schattenjäger.
Have you ever heard of a Schattenjäger?
No. Is that a voodoo word?
I don't think so. It's German.
No, sorry. I don't speak German.
It's almost as if it would be useful if I had a German dictionary for translating. Why is this here if I can't look at it?
Dry Drachen. Foliorigen Atoms. Gespaltener.
Gabriel,
Mittal.
I have a thing that you need to translate, Gabriel. What is your problem? What happens if I
the
look at it?
letter is written in German, but Gabriel determines what he can about it. It was sent from a place called Schloss Ritter. The letter is addressed to Mind's own, one of the reoccurring. The only other thing that Gabriel can...
I thought I did, but I will follow the lead of Dolly in chat, and I will go speak to the Gran again. This is what's the problem with these lots of back and forth. I am very happy that everybody in chat is here with me for the
I've
ride.
got some
I
things I
appreciate
need
you
to
being
do.
here.
Good luck.
I'm back. My sister left without me, TLB. I'm sorry, TLB. I'm laughing a little bit at the fact that she left without you a tiny, tiny, tiny bit, but I'm sorry, TLB. I was going to be like, wow, that was a really quick drive.
Gabriel, come in.
Hi,
Gabriel,
Gran.
I've visited you 3 times today, Grandma. Why are you consistently surprised? Imagine if you went to your family's house 3 times in one day and how they would react to you every time you knocked on the door. Like, imagine that. Okay, so let's look at this.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
No, dear. I'm afraid I don't speak a word of German.
Okay, and I'll try the photo once more. Are you sure you don't know who this is, Gran?
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
That one in the middle is your grandfather. Those other 2, oh, I don't know.
Can we talk, Gran?
Of course, my boy. How can I help?
There we go. Can we talk about the obvious creepy secret?
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
Schottenjäger? Schottenjäger? Oh, how odd, Gabriel. I haven't heard that word in years. My goodness, you've given me a chill. Your granddad used to say that sometimes in his sleep.
Really? Do you know what it means?
No, I'm afraid not. I asked him about it once. I don't think he answered me. Odd.
Huh. Thanks, Gran.
Heinz
Do you know
Ritter.
anyone named Heinz Ritter?
Heinz Ritter. Oh, Gabriel. Where did you hear that name?
I found a letter in Granddaddy's clock.
Oh, I promised I'd never tell you or your father, but I suppose it doesn't matter now.
Tell me, Gran.
Your granddad's name was Heinz Ritter before he came to America. He changed it to Harrison Knight legally when he arrived.
Why?
Why did Granddad change his name?
I don't know. I tried to ask him about his family and his life before America, but he didn't want to talk about it. He never even told me about his name change. I found out one day when I saw his passport in a drawer. Since he obviously found it painful, I never questioned him about it. But I'm sure it wasn't trouble with the law. Your granddad was the best man I ever knew.
Didn't Granddad ever say anything about his past or his family?
Only that his family was crazy and that he never wanted to see them again. He believed in some family curse. Thought that he could spare Philip and Philip's children from what he called old nightmares. Whatever Harrison wanted to spare you, though. Oh, it cost him plenty. He never did sleep well, and he would often get a far-away, guilty look in his eyes. He was wrestling with something he thought he should be doing, someplace he thought he ought to be. I don't know how he could think that he should be anywhere but with me and our child. It's a terrible way to live.
Do you know anyone named Wolfgang Ritter?
Wolfgang Ritter? Oh, no, dear.
Huh. Odd.
As I said, your granddad's surname was originally Ritter.
Okay, so that means I can now go back and use the telephone.
All right, dear.
Well, Gran, I'd better get going.
Take it easy on those women out there, will you, Gabe?
Women? You're my only girl, Gran.
There's a lot to decompress here, and I can't remember the specifics. So, and there's some bits I remember from. I can remember. So, just for context, there are parts of this that I remember. I remember very specifically about the mime in the park at the very beginning of the game when I streamed it last week, because I think that was my first exposure to mimes as a concept as a kid, and I was like, "Wow, what mimes are weird." And then mimes cropped up in various other things as I was growing up. I know that Schattenjägers are important. I can't remember the exact specifics. And I know, based off what Avi said, what did you call them? You called them fantasy detectives. And the Gran said about wanting to be doing or meant to be doing something else. And it's weird that the dreams are all happening simultaneously. Do you ever get that weird... It's weird how your childish brain remembers stuff, because I've not attempted to play these in a long time. I think I tried to launch Gabriel Knight 2 and 3 when they came out on Steam, and they wouldn't work because they were absolutely ancient games, and the PC I was using just wouldn't run them for some reason. And then when I tried to play Gabriel Knight 1 for the first time, I stopped because I knew the 20th anniversary was coming out. I might loop back around and try and play Gabriel Knight 2 and 3 again, but they've not redone those, so they will look an absolute mess.
Hey, Grace, here I am.
I'm trying to weigh... The issue is I'm trying to weigh up the thoughts that I remember about in terms of the thoughts that... You know, like the thoughts that I'm learning from in the game. Phone number. Hello? I would like to speak to... I'm not going to do a bad German accent. I apologize for the small one that I just did then.
Didn't Grace say you had to dial 011 first to get international?
9 3 2 4 1 2 3 4. Dial. Yeah, it's actually ringing this time.
Guten Tag. Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht.
I'm looking for Wolfgang Ritter.
Ja, einen Moment.
Yeah, is this Gabriel on the phone?
This is Gabriel Knight. Why are you calling me, Mr. Ritter?
I've been having premonitions of great danger for you, Gabriel. You must leave New Orleans this very day.
What in the hell are you talking about?
It is hard to explain on the phone. I have had dreams about you. It took me a long time to have you tracked down. I knew that Heinz had a grandson, but until these dreams started, I did not know if I should contact you.
You say you're related to my grandfather?
Heinz was my brother. There is much about the family that you should know. Come to Schloss Ritter in Rittersberg, West Germany. It is our family home. I will tell you everything when you come. You must come immediately. You are in great danger there.
Look, I appreciate the family spirit and all, but frankly, I don't know you from Adam. And I'm not going to fly off to Germany, even if I could afford it.
Gabriel, please. If you won't listen, at least let me send you something. It is a journal from one of your ancestors. Promise me you will read it. You are the last of our line. I'm too old to carry on. You are our last hope. Please, for your family, read the journal.
All right, I'll look at it.
Good. Now be careful, and come to me as soon as you can. Goodbye.
I'm getting post, everybody. Isn't that exciting? Don't you like getting packages? I feel like all of the day has been about getting that information. I can't remember what else I was meant to be doing. Grace, have you got anything to say about my creepy German relatives?
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Nope. He's gonna send us something, so that's fine. What else was on the list? Waking up from the great night with Marley. I should probably check on her. Gracie's getting a little indignant about it, but at least she's not quitting. That's probably important because she seems extremely useful. Wow, so Gracie outdid herself with the Veve pattern. That's to give to Mosley in theory. Yeah, Peach, we're aware that the creepy man is there. Thank you for pointing that out. The Voodoo Murders case has been closed. This is insane. What's wrong? I need to work on the Voodoo Murders case. Looks like Sam Springleton. With the Voodoo Murders case, I should probably pop to the university to see if he's come back with anything, because I've given him various pieces of evidence. Looks like Sam Springleton. I need $5 to get the mask. I could pop in and see if he'll take 120, because you can, what's the word that I'm looking for? Haggle with these with people when they up their prices when you speak to them. Wolfgang Ritter I've spoken to. I need to give evidence, which is it crashes that I need to cure crash somehow. You get the luck potion by buying something above $50. And I don't know why it's so hard focusing me on the crocodile mask. So I guess I'm buying the mask. Yeah, let's go to... I'll go to the shop first to see if he'll haggle, and if not, I'll go to the university, because I think that's the next port of call.
I'll be back later.
Have fun.
Dixieland Drugstore.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. I have $120 and it's yours, Willie. Give me that crocodile mask.
I have $120. You still want to sell that crocodile mask?
That's 120 sure enough. That mask is yours, sir.
There we go. Hope I read that sign right. I mean, it wouldn't let me do this if I hadn't read it wrong, right?
Here you go. Carefully don't bite you now.
Yeah, thanks.
Now don't you go forgetting your lagniappe. A free bottle of Master Gambling Oil.
The sign said I could get Lady Luck Oil instead.
Well, I was thinking a man as young as you wouldn't be needing that kind of remedying. But, if you's having problems with your,
Not for me.
That's all right. Believe me, I don't need it. I'll just stick with this. Thanks anyway.
'Cause it ain't none of my business if you do need it now, huh?
I don't need it.
Oh, of course you don't.
So did I get gambling oil then or not? I'm confused.
The small bottle is
Oh, no, I
labeled
did get Master Gambling
Oil.
I got the Master Gambling Oil and I have a crocodile mask.
The crocodile mask is made of genuine crocodile head. It looks heavy, hot, and smelly.
I look heavy, hot, and smelly. Gambling. I have not gone to the university. Everybody tell me to go to the university if it makes me go if I'm not done after this bit. Have some magic, Sam.
Got a second, Sam? It's about your game.
I don't have a game, that's my problem. Don't you touch those chess pieces while I'm gone, bastard.
I ain't never needed to cheat yet, you loser.
Thought you might be interested in this gambling oil.
Let me see that. Master Gambling Oil. What's it for?
Being good at gambling.
Don't you ever wonder why Marcus wins every time?
Whoa, hold it. You really think Marcus uses this stuff?
Would I make something like that up?
Get out of here. Marcus would never use something like this.
Well, if that's what you want to believe. This is a powerful voodoo oil.
Ah, go on. Really?
Salad dressing.
This voodoo oil could make a nun get lucky.
Really? You think it really works, huh?
I'd stake my reputation as a novelist on it.
And you say Marcus uses this? That explains a lot. Let me see that bottle.
Just gonna neck it, isn't he?
This looks authentic.
Oh, it is.
If I could really beat that bastard. Stonewall, give me a Pim's cup, would you?
This looks authentic, he says about a mysterious fluid in a bottle. He's
How
drinking
much
it
you
with
think I ought to
Pims.
put in here?
Careful, you don't want to overdo it. Too much luck can be dangerous.
Ha! There's no such thing as too much.
Americans drink
Now
Pims.
stand back.
Abby, do you drink Pims?
Come on already,
Have
I'm
you
ready to
drunk Pims?
checkmate.
We'll see about that, Mr. Smarty Big Mouth.
Gonna happen. We're gonna get some free jewelry out of the deal. I should probably save. I haven't saved in a while.
Checkmate! Checkmate, you bastard!
Son of a bitch.
20 years I've been waiting to say that. Checkmate! Checkmate! Checkmate!
You are the biggest butthead, Sam Singleton, that I have ever met.
Checkmate!
You can just put that chessboard where the sun don't shine.
Hallelujah! I did it! Yippee!
Nice game.
Nice game. Hell, I was brilliant. Of course, I gotta give some of the credit to that oil of yours. I've been losing to that guy for 20 years. If you ever need a favor, you come to Sam, you hear?
Will do.
Now I can get me some free jewelry, but I'm going to F5. Thank you. Imagine if I'd crashed out of after everything I've done today. I've hit save. Everybody saw me do that, right? Yep, Napoleon is saved. Turn to game. Okay, so let's give him the pressing of the jewelry.
Could you do anything with this?
What is this, a clay mold? Well, I am a jeweler, you know.
Yes, I know.
And I owe you one. Would you like me to cast this for you?
Yes,
if you
please.
can.
You got it, pal. Actually, it'll be a pleasure to get my tools out. First time in years. I've been too busy playing that goddamn game. I'll have the bracelet later today. Right
Later
now, I
today?
feel like I could do anything. Meet me here in a few hours.
In a few hours,
Right,
okay.
thanks.
I can come back to you. That's important to know. I'll go to the lecturer after this. How are we doing on time? Got about an hour and 15 left, guys. As always, I appreciate you being here and dealing with the joy that is Gabriel Knight. The character, not the game. Because he's lovely, isn't he? University. Maybe he's dead. Has he been killed?
The door to Hartridge's office is locked.
Bad sign.
The podium. Hartridge's throne.
Why does it give me a...
Gabriel isn't in the mood.
I mean...
Gabriel isn't...
I can't speak to it? Okay.
There's a PA speaker on...
No, nothing. I'd put all of my eggs in the basket that was him being in there and being like, yep, there's an evil voodoo cult. Did they slide? So, let me walk over there. Let me walk anywhere. It's not going to let me walk anywhere now.
There's a PA speaker.
I can't walk anywhere in this room, TLB. It looks exactly like The Sims 1 and 2. Exactly? I don't know. It's an old game. It's a remake of an old game. that had a very low budget, so I wasn't expecting it to do amazing things. Let's go speak to Malia Geddy while I'm outside of the city. Malia, my love, I've come for you, not to be creepy.
Miss Geddy is busy, officer, and has instructed me to wish you good luck. That is all.
If you just tell her...
Goodbye, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I almost, in my head, said... I almost said out loud, I've already tapped the Gran for all of the information, and tapping a Gran is not what we're about on this channel. Show him the evidence of the... There's the walking.
Mostly, my man.
It's you. God help me.
Yeah, so this is what the game previously looked like. You know, we were talking about the difference in the quality. This is... I can't zoom in it. That's what the game used to look like on a time. Which begs the question why the window is interactable. Because based off this by itself, I can't... The window's not there. But yeah, that's what the game used to look like. And this is what you're dealing with now. Alright, give him the evidence from pages. There we go.
This is a newspaper clipping about a murder committed in 1810. That murder is an exact match of the voodoo murders, right down to the marks around the bodies.
This does sound like the same M.O. 1810.
1810. They killed then, they're killing now. Isn't that proof that they're likely to kill again? Or that they are a threat?
Sure, if there is a voodoo cult, they're a threat.
Okay, so that's one. I'll show you the Veve.
You know those marks you found around the murder victims? This is a reconstruction of the whole pattern.
What makes you think this is an accurate reconstruction?
Well, I borrowed the partial patterns from your police file and did my own tracing of the pattern at Lake Pontchartrain. An architectural artist reconstructed it for me from the partials.
Really? So this is the whole pattern, huh? That's pretty good work, Knight, but that doesn't prove that this pattern is really connected to voodoo.
I feel like the only missing segment of that entire conversation is the fact that I need to get the evidence from the doctor. I mean...
That doesn't prove...
No, that doesn't prove anything. I don't think it did. I feel like I need to go speak to the doctor. Maybe that's a tomorrow thing.
I have
maybe.
that.
Good.
So,
just don't let anyone know I gave it to you.
I wouldn't show it.
Maybe. I don't... Like, beyond going through everything, I don't... I've showed him this. Showed him that. I feel like there was like the third option, and that was going to be the information I got from the first three lecturers. So maybe if I go back now...
I'll let you get back to it.
Later, Knight.
Interesting design for a trap.
Curiouser and curiouser. Really curious, but why is this alleyway here?
A sign under front.
That's now open, was open on the 21st. That's now important. Okay, so I can't go to Madame Casino.
There's no answer.
Done the PD, done this. I mean, let's try maybe showing him may go there now. Maybe that triggered the doc. No.
The door to Hartridge's.
Where are you, Mr. Hartridge? In here that I can look at.
The podium. A projection.
No.
Gabriel's.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
What do you feel about this, Dr. John? Were you alive in 1810, Dr. John?
Does this newspaper clipping mean anything to you?
It looks like ancient history to me.
I suppose. Thanks.
I was expecting that. How about this lovely crocodile mask, Dr. John?
What do you think of my crocodile mask?
Nice.
Nice. That's a nice crocodile mask. I don't want to show him my proof that I'm a Schattenjäger. Or it's heavily implied proof that I'm a Schattenjäger. I've showed him this, I've showed him that. Showed him the bodies. So what else?
Gabriel has no interest in the noisy fan at the moment.
Dr. John kind of buff, mask goes chomp chomp. What happens if I use the mask on myself?
Gabriel doesn't want to put that on until he finds the ritual. It doesn't look too comfortable.
That implies that I'm going to a voodoo ritual.
Gabriel doesn't want any...
Also, the snake is bothering me.
That doesn't seem to work. Perhaps Gabriel should learn more about the scale before showing it to...
I wonder if the snake book suddenly works.
The voodoo shrine is filled with items that both fascinate Gabriel and also make his skin crawl.
I looked at all this originally. Oh my god, stop clicking. Avi, sorry. Thank you for the lurk. Always appreciate a good lurk, me.
That doesn't seem...
Got to be something about
Goodbye,
snakes
Dr.
at
John.
this point.
Walk carefully out there, Mr. Knight.
Hey, Grace, here I am.
Oh boy, party time.
Get the hell out of here.
The figure outside does not respond.
Snakes can hunt in total darkness. They use this to sight their prey, but they also hunt by vibration. They are attracted to vibrations, hoping for often motors and means for this reason. Oh. There is a air conditioner in the shop that he told me off about. Have I got anything that... Why would I want to start an air conditioner? I wonder if that triggers something related to the... I still can't combine it in any way. No. I'm gonna mute myself, I'm gonna sneeze. Nobody wants to hear that. Grace, have you learned anything while I've been walking around?
Got a minute, Grace?
Yeah, don't pick
What's
up
up?
random snakes, TLB. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Can I show you this?
That
I think
doesn't
I've
work.
done that, yeah, okay. Is there something I can set on fire so he has to turn the air conditioner on?
See you later.
See ya.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
Gabriel has no interest in the noisy fan at the moment. The fan is entrenched in the wind. The fan might operate, but not in that way.
Look
There's
at
a
the fan.
beaten-up old fan in the window. It's silent at the moment.
Like throw a brick at it. Throw a brick at it.
Gabriel can't see a way to use that. That
These are it.
doesn't work.
Flags, painting, knife, drummer, shrine, whip.
Gabriel can't do anything with it. A street drummer has settled outside the museum. Gabriel can't do anything with the drummer on the street.
The python is quite dangerous. I would stay back if I were you.
Thanks for the advice.
You know when they talk about a woman's thigh gap, can we talk about Dr. John's, like, armpit gap? How buff do you have to be for there to be, like, several inches between your upper arms and your under your elbows? Like, beside your elbows. He is a wide gentleman. And I've immediately spent all my money, so what does he look like in the previously? What did he look like previously? Yeah, there's the snake is on the floor in the thing. Talk to him.
Could I ask you some more questions?
Of course. I also find our dialogue stimulating.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
No, I have not.
What makes you...
Voodoo is a popular book. I know voodoo in this city, Mr. Knight. And believe me, it is not about killing. Even the police have stated that the killings have nothing to do with local voodoo.
You're a big guy, aren't you? Do you work out
there we
and play
go.
sports?
I do not play basketball, if that is what you want to know.
Who, me? No, you just look like such a natural athlete.
I do find ways of keeping fit, Mr. Knight. After all, our bodies are temples.
Is this snake yours? Do you use it in your practice of voodoo?
I admire the spirit of the snake, Mr. Knight. But snakes like the museums can be quite dangerous to handle.
You didn't really answer my question.
I think I did, Mr. Knight.
That got rid of snakes off the list.
So you know nothing about the voodoo murders case?
I neither know nor care to know, Mr. Knight. My only possible interest is in how it might affect the public's attitude towards the museum. So far, it has not been an issue. No one has even had the bad taste to bring it up. Until you, that is.
What is it about New Orleans that you so admire?
It has a real culture of its own, Mr. Knight. Amid the horrid blandness that is Americana, New Orleans alone has a voice.
Spoken like a true New Orleanian. What else can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I am afraid I do not know the origins of St. John's Eve. I only know that it was a night of ritual long before voodoo came to New Orleans.
What can you tell me about the Loa Dambala?
Dambala is a snake loa. It originated in Africa, and is also worshipped heavily in Haiti, I believe.
Do you worship Dambala?
Mr. Knight, in voodoo, all of the Loa are given their due respect.
What else can you tell me about the Loa Dambala?
I am afraid I have little else to say about that subject.
Are you sure you don't know anything about Ogun Badagri?
Quite sure, Mr. Knight.
Do you know anything else about Veves?
I am afraid I have little else to say about that subject.
Are you sure you can't educate me further about animal masks?
Unfortunately, I do not know much about totem masks. The practice was more African than American, and that is not my area of expertise.
Okay, thanks. You really don't know anything about black voodoo practices?
I believe I already indicated my intolerance.
Tell me.
What more? Then...
Are you sure you can't tell me anything about voodoo?
I've given you as much detail as I can, Mr. Knight.
Tell me more.
When the widow Paris began to practice, there were many voodooians in the city. By 1830, she was voodoo queen of all New Orleans. The widow Paris was a hairdresser for rich Creole ladies. She also paid household servants to spy for her. Between the two, she knew everything about everyone who mattered in New Orleans. She was not above using her information to appear psychic, to intimidate, or even to blackmail.
You sound as though you admire her.
For a black woman in the mid-1800s to gain power is an incredible thing, Mr. Knight.
And that is pretty impressive.
However she achieved it.
Looks like she started a mafia.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
She kept a pet snake, danced with it too. She held traditional voodoo ceremonies out by the lake. She took herself seriously, very seriously. But she was not above selling tickets for her events to curiosity seekers. She was not above using voodoo any way she could to make money. That is for certain. But if she had been in another line of work, in another age, that would have been interpreted as entrepreneurial genius, rather than a sign of fraudulence.
Hey, you don't need to convince me. I admire anyone that can actually make a living. Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
It was Marie Laveau who defined the voodoo that is truly and uniquely the voodoo of New Orleans. She invented hundreds, if not thousands, of spells, potions, charms, and incantations. These form the basis of the modern practice, not to mention the folk tradition of hoodoo.
Tell me more about Marie.
Her daughter, Marie Glapion, took over when widow Paris got old. Most people thought it was the same Marie Laveau. Both Maries encouraged that point of view. The widow Paris died in 1881. Marie Glapion had been reigning a long time by then. After the death of the widow Paris, other voodoo queens surfaced, and by 1890, the cult was fragmented again. Marie Glapion just sort of faded away.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
It's got an achievement,
You
Voodoo
have
Studies
heard everything
101.
about Marie Laveau that a layman might expect to understand.
You sound...
Is Grace your wife?
No, she just acts like it. So what do you think of us?
It is unpleasant. The heavens are not pleased these days.
Okay, Dr. John, I've exhausted your conversational skills. Wishing stump. Something about the snake and this switch.
Gabriel has no...
Please, do not...
Authentic what?
Drums. Do not touch them.
I'm going to say it, Dolly, if you've got another super secret special clue for me, swing away, because I am quite quickly drawing a blank. I can't go to Germany because he's not going to let me, because he's grumpy and old. Oh, the church. But I've not done anything since I gave him... I've not done anything since I gave him the thing. I feel like maybe I've done it out of order. Is it just going to be done when I come back?
Sam, my man.
Hey there, it's you. I got that bracelet for you.
I've done nothing. I assumed there would be something that triggered the time to
This
pass.
piece was a real toughie. For some reason, the metal just wasn't setting. I must be out of practice.
Well, it looks good to me. Thanks, Sam.
Okay,
no
so...
problem. By the way, I'm heading out of town tonight.
Yeah? Where to?
Marcus used to tell me that if I ever beat him at chess, he'd take me around the world. The old bastard has enough money stuffed in his mattress to cover the federal deficit, and he hates spending a penny of it. I'm going to enjoy watching him squirm through every mile.
Sounds like fun. Good luck.
Are you kidding? Luck is my middle name.
Okay, so I can put the bracelet on. I can go speak to Crash in the church, and he's going to be like, "Oh my God, you're part of the cult." And then he's going to tell me absolutely everything that I want to know.
I don't want that thing on my wrist. Do you recognize this?
Where did you get that?
Why? Do you know something about it?
Know something about it? Look at this.
Crash opens his shirt and reveals a tattoo.
It's the same snake.
It's their sign, man. The mark of the snake. Without it, they'll never let you get close.
The sign of the snake, right. Your tattoo, my bracelet. Now do you believe that I know something about these people?
All right, yeah. You know about them. I guess.
Will you answer some questions for me now?
Okay, I'll talk to you. A little, but make it fast.
He doesn't look very well, chat. Oh my God, there's so many bloody things to talk to him
Tell me
about.
what you know about voodoo.
Who's ready for a law dump?
Take some advice. Stay away from this voodoo shit. You don't really want to know, man. Believe me. Do yourself a favor and leave me alone.
Come on, tell me what you know about voodoo.
I told you, man. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm dying?
I want to know about the voodoo murders.
You're on the right track. That's all I can say. I'm not gonna risk my life by talking about it, man.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Man, can't you see I'm sick? Don't bug me with stupid questions.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
No! Don't say that name.
Why not?
It's evil, man.
Do you know anything about snakes?
The eyes. Snake's eyes. Dambala.
Okay, calm down. What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
Nothing. Just leave me alone.
Do you have any idea what Capri Saint Call means?
I never heard of that.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
I don't know her. Honest.
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hound fall in New Orleans.
Oh, man. Just shut up about that. Can't you see I'm sick? Are you trying to kill me?
He's been poisoned by voodoo.
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hound fall in New Orleans.
I told you. I'm not gonna talk about that. Go away.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
No. Leave me alone about that shit.
That question is so weird.
What do you mean? You've seen them, haven't you?
No, not me. Leave me alone.
Why is that?
Tell me about the animal masks you've seen.
I said drop it, man.
Just tell me.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? What the hell is that? Voodoo's voodoo, man.
Tell me what you know
Game
about
over,
Damballa.
man. Game over.
No! Don't say that word. They'll hear you.
They who?
Shut up, man!
Tell me what you know about Damballa.
I told you. I can't talk about it.
Do you know anything about Veves?
I never heard of that.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
I never heard of that.
Oh, you look pretty sick. Shouldn't you be in a
Pacing
hospital?
of this conversation is all over the place.
A hospital wouldn't do nothing. Just leave me alone.
Tell me about...
I'm sick. Dying. Eating the big enchilada, man. What the fuck else matters?
I saw you talking to that drummer. What did you tell him?
You saw me with the drummer? Nobody's supposed to see. Oh, shit! I blew it again. Promise you won't say nothing to no one. It'll get back to him. Everything does. Promise me you won't tell anyone you saw me.
Okay, but you have to tell me everything I want to know.
Okay, alright. I was sending a message, man. They have these RADA drummers posted around the quarter. They see everything, and they report.
Report? How?
The drums, man. It's some kind of code.
And there's the big reveal about the drummers. What did I say at the very beginning? The drummers were weird.
Now tell me what you know about voodoo.
All I know is these people are into some weird shit. They have power. Real power. They can write your name on a piece of paper, chew it, and you end up like minced meat, like you've been through a grinder. They know things in their heads. Things that no one ever knew about you. They know when you lie. They can smell it. They are fucking scary, man. I don't know if it's the devil or what, but it ain't no fake shit, man. It's real.
Crash, tell me more about this voodoo cartel.
I told you all I know. I don't want to talk about it no more.
Now tell me about the voodoo murders.
They did the murders. And that's not the only way they kill. No, they can get you from miles away, just by saying your name.
Come on, you don't really believe that, do you?
No, I seen it, man. You can't cross them.
Tell me more about the voodoo murders.
There's nothing more to tell. They kill people.
Tell me about the RADA drums.
I already told you about that.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
They always meet outside somewhere that night. I saw them last year. Dancing and howling. You don't want to be anywhere near them.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I told you everything I know about that.
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hound fall in New Orleans.
All right. There's this underground cartel in New Orleans. A voodoo cartel. They control everything that happens on the street. I mean everything that's bought or sold. They have fingers in the legit world too. Banks, foreign stuff, you name it. There's supposed to be this temple. What you said, a hound for. That's their headquarters, man. I heard people say it's underground, somewhere in the quarter. I don't know where, though.
Have you ever been there?
No. I've never been in it. I'm nobody, man. A runner. But I saw them once. Out at the lake. They became animals, man. Beasts. I remember the eyes. The eyes.
Hey, are you okay?
The eyes. The eyes of the snake.
I think I should go get a doctor. Hey, are you all right? Someone! I need help!
The eyes. The eyes of the snake. Damballa.
Crash?
Crash spasms twice more, then dies as Gabriel watches.
Oh my God. Oh, poor bastard.
I mean, I'm going to go on the record and say at least I don't have to come back to him in 5 minutes because I've got confused and ask him all of those same questions a second time. That was dramatic. How are we feeling about the scare? Because like the pacing of this has been very different to the scary games that I've played before. Sky. How are we feeling about the pet? This is getting creepier, and I mean not just Gabriel Knight creepy. I mean like shit's happening. Wow. Okay. I can open. Whoa. Okay.
On Crash's chest is a tattoo of a snake.
That tattoo looks like Casino's bracelet.
Like actual like actual voodoo murder creepy, not just detective story creepy.
I guess I'd better copy this tattoo.
There's a snake on the bin. Why is there a snake on the bin? There's a snake on the bin in the police station. This raises all sorts of questions.
Moving the body is the job of the coroner's office. Crash's face shows signs of strangulation. His death was not a pleasant one.
I mean, to go from talking to being strangled to death.
Crash's face.
So, like, I just want to say, imagine, have I, like, covered up his bare chest now? Imagine finding this body with his nips out like that. What would just, yeah. Let's leave. Let's wipe my fingerprints off things and leave.
It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
What freaky deaky shit's gonna happen in my nightmares tonight?
Hello?
It's me. I can't sleep.
Oh, me neither.
Can I...
Yes. Come.
Offer a sexy liaison. I'm going to remember to read the poem this time. Day 5. The road was blocked. The truth was shunned. The white flag had been waved. Reversal cost me all I had and everything I'd braved. Do you like the inflection I'm putting on these things? Hey, at least the nice voodoo folks let you finish your interrogation before they killed him. Very true. TLB, thank you for the stream. See you next time. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for coming to the stream. I'm streaming. You know what I mean, TLB. Look at him arriving all rad and shit on his bike.
Are you okay, Gabriel?
Sure. Great. Why?
I'm worried about you.
If I were any better, Grace, I'd be dead. Now what's up?
You got another package this morning. Overnight from Germany.
Oh shit, the postal service in this game works better than it ever would in real life.
I was expecting that. Where is it?
Well, it kind of came open, but I salvaged the contents. There was a letter from your great-uncle Wolfgang and a journal.
The package just came open, huh? How'd you like the journal?
Someone has to look after you. You're in trouble, in case you didn't know it.
Yeah, you've been reading my horoscope again, haven't you, Grace?
Just read the journal carefully, Gabriel. Please.
I got it. St. George's books. Oh, Professor Hartridge. I'm glad you called.
There we go.
Did you?
Uni man wants to speak to me.
You did? Oh, wait. Slow down. The agree. Really? You think that's them? A wheel within a wheel. Ogun Badagri, huh? Well, that does sound like it. Dambala, the snake. That's the wavy pattern at the bottom. Okay. The 1791 slave revolt in Santo Domingo? Well, why would the Veve show up there? Uh-huh. Okay. Look, I'll come over as soon as I can, okay? Relax, Professor. I'm excited too, but you're gonna give yourself a heart attack.
We get to go see the
Okay,
Smarmy Professor again,
thanks.
everybody.
See ya.
But what's in the box?
I wish you'd tell me what's going on. I swear you're gonna step into a hole you may never get out of.
Don't look so worried. No one knows what I'm doing. I'm perfectly safe, and I'm getting some great stuff for the book. Besides, there's something about all this. My dreams.
What about your dreams?
Oh, nothing. I'll be careful. I promise.
Let's save it for the sake of it. No, I have to include the brackets, otherwise it's weird. Manual. Otherwise it wouldn't match and I'd have to delete the game and start again. There we go. Where's this box that I got? Ah, there's the box. Gunter's
Gabriel
journal.
reads through the pages Wolfgang marked. He reads of Gunter Ritter's journey to Charleston as a witch hunter, hired by the townsmen to solve a series of ritualistic murders. He reads about Gunter's meeting with the beautiful slave woman, Tetelo, and of Gunter's tormenting urges for her.
Poor bastard.
He reads of their physical union
Oh,
and passion,
bastard.
and of Gunter's investigation into the murders. The victims were all crew members on a certain slaving expedition to Africa, it seems. The second to the last entry describes Gunter's plan to set a trap for the coven committing the murders. He'd found a name on one of the surviving members of the crew, a man now living in the West Indies. Gunter has spread a false rumor that the man is returning to Charleston. He himself will impersonate a sailor and allow himself to fall into the hands of the coven. Naturally, Gunter has arranged for able-bodied assistants to follow and attack the coven before they can do him harm.
Ballsy son of a bitch, wasn't he?
Gabriel turns to the final entry of the journal.
Dear Father, I offer these final words as an apology for the harm done to our sacred office. The woman I wrote of, Teltele, was the witch I sought. I have committed terrible crimes. I loved this witch, then used our sacred family power to free her and aid her in destroying this colony. The talisman is gone. Teltele took it. I can but pray for thy swift recovery of the talisman, and that my punishment in hell will be long and bitter. Thy undeserving son. There's some very obvious bits of paper in the books here. I turn the pages on this one? No. Talisman. There's a talisman in the journal. That's what you'd call it. I can't turn it. Really upsetting. I really think you should be able to flick through these books. What else did I get? Wolfgang's letter.
The letter is addressed to Gabriel from Wolfgang Ritter.
Yeah, okay.
Wolfgang's letter says,
Dear Gabriel, please read the enclosed journal carefully. It might help you understand your family's special obligations and our current predicament. God be with you. Uncle Wolfgang.
Gunter Ritter's diary is leather-bound. Its parchment pages are old and fragile.
Talisman.
Got a minute, Greg?
What's up?
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
Could you research Rada drums for me?
Rada drums? Sure. I don't think we have any books on that topic in the shop, but I'll contact our suppliers. Assuming any of them will extend you any credit.
Tell them it's an emergency.
Uh-huh. I can see where a Rada drum book would be incredibly urgent. Anything else?
I can't think of anything. How do you feel about Nolans these days?
I'd rather be anywhere else in the world right now.
Okay. They're the lecturer, university lecturer, I think.
I'm out of here. Try not to sell out the store while I'm gone.
Uh-huh.
University.
Hey, Hartridge, what's the good word?
He's dead.
Hartridge? Ah! Oh God, not again. I'm not touching that body.
That would be up to the...
He's looked better.
He's looked better.
This is a crime. Whatever Hartridge...
Damn, this is his notepad. But the top sheet's been taken.
Ooh, do I get to do detective shit? I get the pencil, and then I do this. Wow!
Hartridge's notes. This must be about the Veve. Nothing else looks related to my case. Nothing else looks related to my case.
This is a crime.
Yeah, don't call the police or anything, just rifle through his things. When you're under, like, threat of a super secret, evil, like, voodoo association, it's time to steal shit from crime scenes. I mean, Sky, it's funny that you draw the line at this, but not pretending to be a clergyman to confuse an old woman.
Thank God Hartridge was a doodler.
But what does it say? Authentic, benign. Authentic, Benin. Begin?
You want me to talk to a fish?
Yes, I would.
A wastebasket next. There's nothing of it.
Anyone who fell for that Irish priest accent deserved whatever happened. Yeah, no, I agree.
The shelves behind Hartridge's desk are full of old books. Whatever Hart...
So, like, do I leave him now, I guess? I can come back here at least. Other than Hartridge, is there anything? Desk, shelves, globe.
Gabriel fight.
Pottery, fish, stonehead.
It's an enormous...
African mask. Head bust, shelves, pottery. Okay. I think I'm going to go to the
Before
police.
leaving the university, Gabriel notifies campus security about Hartridge's body.
Well, there we go. At least he was a good man. I'm going to go to the police because I feel like I've got. I feel like I've got evidence. Oh great! Now there's creepy kids with the drummer. What's this about?
Hey there, girls.
The little girls stare at Gabriel, but say nothing to him.
Like, this is getting weird, right? What is the significance of this?
It's not going to... Interesting design.
There is a snake on the trash can. Why is there a snake on the trash can?
Detective Mosley. Hard at work, I see.
Yeah. What is it, you wanker?
You just said wanker.
I have this. Take a look at these notes. They're from Professor Hartridge at Tulane University.
Yeah? What about them?
They confirm that the pattern for the murders is of African origin.
Really? That's incredible, isn't it? Something like that showing up here.
It's been here for quite some time, so it seems.
I'm impressed. Okay, you convinced me.
Boom.
The murders were done by a legitimate voodoo cult.
How's that it? Okay.
Can I ask you about...
You're the writer.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
No? Is that anything like a Chuck Yeager?
I don't think there's any relation. Have you ever heard...
Not since the last... What do you want? Besides...
Crash is dead.
What? What are you talking about? I let him go yesterday.
Yeah, and I watched him die yesterday at St. Louis Cathedral.
At the cathedral? I guess he was trying to get a last-minute A-train ticket, huh? Poor bastard.
I think you should go find the body at the morgue. He was killed by the voodoo cult. Crash said...
Crash said? What, he mentioned pink elephants, too?
Aren't you going to investigate?
Civilians. Did you actually see someone kill him?
No, actually I was with him when he died. Could have been poison, though.
Yeah, well, when they get the body in, they'll do a quick autopsy, standard procedure. If it's anything other than an overdose, I'll get a report.
There's been another murder. A professor at Tulane.
Oh, Christ. You're not gonna start this again.
Just listen. This guy's name is Hartridge. He was a professor in African Studies at Tulane. Well, yesterday I went to see him about the voodoo murders case. He agreed to do some research for me. He calls me up this morning, tells me he's on to something big, and when I get over there, the guy's dead.
You know, you're really getting your ass in a sling over this thing, Knight.
It's not about me. Look, Hartridge's death looked just like Crash's. I'm telling you, they were both murdered, and by the same people who did the voodoo murders.
Did either Crash or this new guy have their hearts ripped out?
No.
Then there's nothing to link either to the voodoo murders M.O. Besides that, the case is closed, Knight. If the coroner's report asks for a homicide investigation on either of these guys, fine. But it's not going to be related to the voodoo murders case unless we find damn good reason to do so.
Oh, I've done this.
But I'm the link to the voodoo murders case. Don't you see?
Look, if I were you, I wouldn't repeat that to anyone. Because if I weren't an old friend of yours, I might take you seriously and lock you up. As it is, maybe you should start keeping your mouth shut and not involve other people with this shit if you think it's so dangerous.
How can I convince you to reopen the case?
I already told you. You still need to get me a lead on the cult.
Get him a lead on the cult. Okay. Let's go speak to Dr. John.
I'm gonna hit the road.
Ciao, baby.
Everyone's dropping like flies. Creepy kids doing jump rope are creepy. I'm pretty sure I'm done with Dixieland. Oh, how mysterious.
Why is it so dark in here? Dr. John? Hello?
Oh, the snake's out.
Uh-oh.
I knew it was something to do with that.
You bastard!
Good day, Mr. Knight.
Good day.
That thing just tried to kill me.
He did. I am sorry. The museum is closed today, you see. We were not expecting visitors. But if you will excuse me, Mr. Knight, I must go look for him. He is incredibly valuable.
You don't need to ask twice. I'm out of here. By the way, you might want to lock your door the next time you're closed.
Not a bad idea. Goodbye, Mr. Knight.
Posted on the door of the museum is a sign saying, closed today only. This time the door is
I was kind of expecting to be able to rifle through the snake's cage, so...
Mm-hmm.
He's really creepy when he speaks to him like that. Come on, let's have a chat.
Can I ask you just a few more questions?
Whatever, man.
You know
Have
what a
you ever heard
Schattenjäger
of a
is?
Schattenjäger?
Man, I don't even know what language that is.
Imagine if he was like, yes, it's a mystical German spirit detective. Oh, I can go to Moonbeam. Hello, Moonbeam.
Welcome, Seeker. You must be the one Dr.
She's
John
got a
called me about.
I guess so.
He's got a
My
snake
name
as
is...
well.
Wait! Gabriel Knight.
You're too quick for me.
Actually, Dr. John told me. You have come to the right place, Mr. Knight. Tell me how I can help.
Why has she got the snake? Why is it always snakes?
Could I ask you a few questions?
Of course, Seeker.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
My practice is mainly selling charms and potions with magic power, such as gree-gree and voodoo oils. You know, everything from unrequited love to wandering spouses to winning a lawsuit. But my spells and charms are powerful, and they work.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Much of a voodooienne's work is protecting her clients from the spells of others. I make special protective gree-gree to be worn in secret. They keep evil spells from working against my clients.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
The recipes for voodoo charms have been handed down from master to apprentice for centuries.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
I have told you.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Why, that has nothing to do with me and my clientele. But I can tell you that you should stay as far from it as possible. There is badness there. Very bad.
So you don't think the voodoo aspects of the case are fake?
Fake? Let me tell you about fake. If I get information through the grapevine and make use of it, is that fake? No. That is part of a voodooienne's power. If people don't believe, there's not much I can do. But if they do believe, that is a part of my power too. But there are things, monsieur. Things not even a little bit fake, I can tell you. Believe it or not, but stay away from it.
What do you mean? Do you know something about the case?
I work hard on fine-tuning my spiritual antennae, Monsieur Knight. And I get a clear signal from that direction. Beware.
Yeah, everybody be concerned about the murders. The voodooienne thinks you should stay away from the murders. That's probably, you know, fairly self-explanatory.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
New Orleans is the center of voodoo practice in the United States.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
It is a fascinating city with many dark secrets.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
It is my favorite place in the world.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? You mean like my beloved Grimwald?
Grimwald?
She's a python, you know. Quite deadly in the wrong hands. I was trained by one of the great voodoo queens to learn how to hypnotize and handle snakes.
Tell me more about snakes.
Oh, I wouldn't want to give away my trade secrets.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve. It is the greatest night of the voodoo year. There is always a traditional conclave on St. John's Eve. Most of our voodoo churches these days hold functions in the church hall. But in the old days, they had ceremonies out in the wild. They wore animal masks and had a huge bonfire and dancing. I used to go when I was an apprentice. Sometimes in the swamp, you know, Bayou St. John. Sometimes at the lake, Lake Pontchartrain.
When is St. John's Eve, if they confirm that?
Do you have any idea what Cabri Sankar means?
No, I don't.
Do you know anything about Veves?
I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Oh, yes. She was the first of the great voodoo queens.
Tell me about the animal masks.
I saw them used once or twice when I was younger, but you don't see them much anymore. They're too close.
Too close to what?
Just bad karma.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo houndfall?
There are many voodoo churches in Nolans, no?
Yes, but have you heard of a secret voodoo houndfall?
Wherever did you hear such a ridiculous story? There is no such thing.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
It is the oldest, darkest heart of voodoo.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
There are some things it's better not to know about, Monsieur Knight.
Does Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
I don't know anything about that.
Have you ever heard of Dambala?
I don't know anything about that.
Isn't it great when she doesn't know about something, she just cuts off the conversation? The other ones I've all had to speak to them about it twice until they get angry.
Have you ever heard the word Schattenjäger?
I don't know anything about that.
Tell me about...
Yes?
How did you get into this business?
I trained in the voodoo arts for many years with the great Queen Tabitha.
Really? Who's she?
You have never heard of her? For shame. I can see you know little of the world of magic.
I'm beginning to get that impression, yes. What kind of people come to see you?
Seekers after the truth, such as yourself.
Do you do anything else?
I'm a voodooian. That is plenty. It takes much spiritual effort.
How many voodooians are there?
No one knows exactly. Many practice in secret. There are probably hundreds. But of course, the level and the power of the voodooians differ greatly, depending on their training and natural gifts.
I can't think...
Very well.
About Grimwald.
What about her?
How about showing me how you handle Grimwald?
Really? You would like to see me dance, perhaps?
That would be swell.
No matter what you see, do not be frightened.
Oh, no.
I'll give it my best shot.
Happen now. Why is the snake the best animated thing in this room right? What is happening? Actually go over there and touch the snake cage. Oh, I got an entire snake skin.
Gabriel grabs the shed snake skin while Magenta is otherwise occupied.
Okay. This begs the question, I need to get access to the voodoo shop. Because there's got to be something in that other snake cage.
There. Truly inspiring, isn't it?
It was definitely
That's
something.
certainly one word for.
Yeah.
Could I ask you a few more questions?
Certainly. What about?
Where did you get Grimwald?
She belonged to a traveling reptile show. She was being terribly mistreated, so I offered to buy her. She's named after a spirit guide I had once. The spirit Grimwald was a very powerful female snake priestess in Egyptian times.
Grimwald doesn't sound Egyptian.
I only know what the spirits tell me, monsieur. I am sure they know better than we.
Would you consider giving me one of Grimwald's scales?
No, I couldn't do that. You might do some gree-gree of your own, no? One must be very careful with such things. Hair clippings, nail parings, and snake scales.
I think I've already stolen it, right?
Are you sure?
I told you.
Super weird that it allows me to... Super weird that it allows me to skip the conversations, but they still have to finish their mouthing the conversation.
Nothing. Never mind.
All right.
Grimwald,
give me...
All right. Here's an old one. Take a lodestone and some brimstone to a crossroads at midnight. Light the brimstone with a match. A spirit will come and give you advice in gambling.
Give me an example of gree-gree.
Here's an old hoodoo doctor, Gree-Gree. Place a dime under your client's tongue. If the client is under a spell of any kind, the dime will turn black.
Give me an example of gree-gree.
To send someone away, take a rotten egg and write that person's name on it 9 times. You can also write on it where you want to send that person to. Take it and throw it against his door at midnight.
Give me an example of gree-gree.
Here's a nasty one. To kill someone, get a sock or shoe that belongs to that person. Put graveyard dirt in it and bury it under their front steps.
Does that work?
I don't know. I never tried it.
Gabriel figures that many men have picked up things in Magentia's parlor, but he'd rather not.
Ask the lower machine. Bottles, crystals, snake cage, ceiling lamp, crystal ball.
Gabriel figures that many... It's not that easy.
Well, I guess I'll be going now.
As you wish. The only vice is the absence of love.
I've heard that. Bye now.
I mean, I'm not really sure what I got from this entire thing other than... Oh, of course. Yeah, sorry. It's getting a bit late at night.
Mr. Knight.
My pleasure.
Leave. Take some
Please,
snakeskin
be
from her
seated.
and don't show her anything else. What would I do without you, Dolly? Let's not show her the snakeskin that I stole. Hartridge's notes.
That doesn't work, Dad.
Nope.
That doesn't...
Nope. Have you seen this snake?
That doesn't seem to...
Nope. There we go.
Does this mean anything to you?
It's beautiful. I love it.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, but if you know where I can buy one...
Sorry, it would be rather hard to find one these days.
Oh, well, so be it.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Yes, but we don't use those anymore.
Gabriel can't see...
Does this mean anything to you?
These are magical symbols. deep magic.
Really? Have you seen them before?
No.
And how do you know they're magic symbols?
Seeker, my eyes are unveiled to see truly that which is in front of me.
Uh-huh. Thanks, tons.
Does she know the voodoo code?
Do these symbols mean anything to you?
Ah, the voodoo code. It is very secret, yes. I studied it with my mentor, the great Queen Tabitha.
Really? Great. Can you tell me what it says?
I'm afraid I could never translate this code for an outsider such as yourself, Monsieur Knight.
Since Magentia has a snake. It's not.
Could I ask you,
Certain.
are you sure you can't translate this for me?
As I said, it's a very secret code.
Surely you can see I'm trying to learn as much as I can here. How am I supposed to become an insider if you won't help me?
That's true, I suppose. Perhaps if the Loa were to grant you their approval.
How do I get that?
By using my Ask the Loa machine.
A machine?
Yes. A spirit guided me to it years ago in an antique store, and its guidance has never faltered. I trust it implicitly.
I see.
The spirits often work in mysterious ways, Mr. Knight. If you aren't willing to ask...
No, I'll ask. Let's see here.
Holy shit. What the... Okay. Oh, trusted friend. So keep. Oh, it's a puzzle. I suck at this sort of thing. Okay, so T R U S E trusted. I need that N. How do I get this one into a T? Oh no, I've got it except one. The second purple one. Oh! So I've got to manipulate. So that one's that's reasonably fine. Aha! Sky, high five!
Well done, Mr. Knight. You have earned the Loa's approval.
Truly, it's an honor.
Wait, now, I have
about
something
that
for this.
Code.
Let me see.
I have something for this. Hold the line, Sky.
Well, some of it is nonsense, I'm afraid. Whoever wrote this wasn't very good.
That's all right. Just tell me what it says.
It starts with a D and J. Then... okay, this part makes sense. It says, Conclave tonight, bring... well, then there's more nonsense. FWETKASH. The last bit might mean cash. Fresh cash? Doesn't make much sense.
That's okay. Thanks. DJ Conclave KASH. It's a start.
I'm happy I could help.
This is in honor of Sky, who helped me understand what was going on. There you go, Sky. That's for you. Good. Okay, so Conclave DJ. Do I get an explanation of that translation? Like, if I look at that now, does it explain
Gabriel
it to me?
gazes at the translation of the code that Moonbeam gave him, pondering who wrote it and for whom it was meant.
So if I take that
Well, I guess I'll be going now.
back to
As
the...
you wish. The only vice is the absence of love.
I go
I've heard that.
back to the
By now.
graveyard where that code is, because I have a brick. Can I edit the note? There's my brick. There's my brick. I've been carrying this brick for about 3 years.
Gabriel likes the idea of leaving marks on the tomb, but at the moment, he's not sure what to say or how to.
Now say, if I go...
Gabriel can't put his sketch back on the wall.
Oh.
The wall doesn't work. Gabriel can't. The wall doesn't. The voodoo code. It's Gabriel's sketch of the series of crosses.
Is there something obvious in that she was missing?
Gabriel gazes at the translation of the code that Moonbeam gave him, pondering who wrote it and for whom it was meant.
Oh, look at the snake skin.
Gabriel is... It's the shed skin from Moonbeam's snake. Gabriel magnifies the shed skin from a gentle Moonbeam snake. The snake scales are hued brown. They don't match the scales from Lake Pontchartrain.
Guess that means she's innocent, but She was just a random woman
It's
that
the
we met
shed
on the
skin
street,
from
sort
Moonbeam
of.
snake. The snake scales are...
Partridge just called and said he has something on the Veve from the murders. He was so excited that I was worried he'd pass out. Nothing wrong. Passionate academic, but I hope he'll be more calm by the time I get there. It's disturbing my commitment to never hurrying. Wolfgang sent me the journal of one of my ancestors, Gunther. It was all about this strange case of witchcraft he investigated in Charleston. Yes, he was a witch hunter. Sounds like the case had a hell of a lot to do with voodoo and ended disastrously. That's a hell of a coincidence. There's something here that gives me chills. This all relates to my nightmares, I'm sure of it. Bryce Partridge is dead. I don't know what's going on, but I don't think it's a coincidence. The way he looked so reminds me too much like Crash. Someone doesn't want me to investigating this, and I'm putting other people in danger. What am I going to do? I found some of Partridge's notes on the Veve, something about Benin, which I think is a country in Africa. Damn it, if Partridge really was targeted because of what he was researching, at least I can make sure his work serves a purpose in bringing down the bad guys. I just got assaulted by Dr. John's goddamn snake. Why wasn't the place locked up, and why wasn't the snake in its cage? It could have killed me. Did he do it on purpose? The gent here was willing to show me her snake dance. She was so nice. She has some nice moves. Maybe I should send Grace over here so she can learn a little bit about loosening up. The Genty Moonbeam might be very definition of kook. She's a little out there, but she had some good information. She says she learned under the Voodoo Queen Tabitha, and when she was younger, they attended ceremonies in places like the Bayou and the lake at St. John's Eve on St. John's Eve. She knew a lot about Grigri too. They sound like tricks of the voodoo trade, like hexes and remedies for everything from curing a cough to getting a little revenge. He has a python that's very protective named Grimwell, but the thing looks like it would slither away out of... Magenta knew what the code was on the... I have a translator of some set. I'll have to keep my eyes peeled for more of it.
A plaque on the...
Still... Can't use the...
Gabriel can't put...
Everybody, I've just realised the time. Maybe it updates after now or something.
It's Gabriel's sketch of the series of...
I'm going to save it there. We've made some progress. Plenty of progress, in fact. I am a bit unsure of what to do next, so I'm going to have a think, and we're going to come back to it next week. I've got lots. I've got a lot. Let's have a quick... Oh, the snake book, yeah. Dolly wants to know about the snake book.
What happened to you?
Oh.
Who, me? Nothing. Why?
You're kind of a pale green color. Come here.
Pale green, you say? Charming.
What's that on your face?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
Looks like a sparkly or something. Got it.
I love it when you pick stuff off my face, Grace.
Well, excuse me.
The snake.
There's something in the ashtray.
TLB is back, everybody. Hi, TLB. How was the drive?
There's a snake scale in the ashtray.
Why is there one of the same snake scales in the ashtray?
The item in the ashtray is two...
Yeah, the tweezers.
Gabriel finds a snake scale in the ashtray. It's a souvenir from the museum's python.
Oh, it's the same scale as the one that was at the lake. From, yeah, when it yeah.
He places the two scales together.
They're the
The
same.
two iridescent scales are a perfect match.
Got up to 102 seconds. Dr. Who would have guessed that the big angry man with all the voodoo murdery stuff in his museum was the baddie?
Gabriel has matched the Lake Pontchartrain scale with the scale from the museum python.
I mean, does that mean the buck is... Can I... No, I still can't. Still doesn't do anything. One thing I want to look at very quickly, and we'll end... But he didn't say... He said he didn't do voodoo, so it can't be him. I mean, maybe somebody owns the building. Or, you know, maybe... I just read the obvious sarcasm in that
Don't hurry back on my account.
I'm assuming I can't go back there. The one thing I wanted to double check...
Posted on the door.
So, the one thing they kept repeatedly talking about was Lake Pontchartrain and voodoo shiz. Part of me wondered if I was going to come here and they were going to be having a like voodoo dance party. Can I speak to Malia? Malia?
Miss Geddy is busy, officer, and has
If you just...
Oh! Yes. The link to the thing. He wanted evidence about the route to the source of all murder. The creepy kids are still here. Why are they identical triplets? Why does the drummer man need support from a series of identical triplets?
Hey, hey, hey.
I'm going on record and saying this will be the last thing we do tonight, guys, so please bear with. And then I'm going to hit save, and then it's going to be done for another week.
I have these two snake scales. One's from the crime scene at Lake Pontchartrain. The other's from a snake in the Voodoo Museum on Ursulines and Charters.
Is this common? Do they all look alike?
Not at all. They're both constrictor scales, and the coloring is the same. A python's coloring is quite individualistic.
A python?
That's right. Hardly an indigenous snake to Louisiana. Somehow, some way, the Voodoo Museum's python was at the scene of the Lake Pontchartrain murder.
Well, I'd call that a lead, all right. It definitely suggests certain lines of inquiry at the museum. Not bad work, Knight. Okay, I'll reopen the case. I hate to admit it, but you've done some pretty good detective work here, Knight.
Dolly's
well,
done
you know
some
what they
pretty good
say.
detective work here.
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Well, point taken. Glad I could inspire you. I'll check around the department, but I have a feeling I'm on my own. I'll be in touch. Meanwhile, you stay out of trouble. I mean it.
I'll try. Thanks, bud.
Thanks, TLB. I'm just driving Dolly's like piloting me like the rat
now
from
lay
Ratatouille.
low and let me handle this.
Yeah, fine.
I know all about the rat from Ratatouille because Dolly is currently playing that Dreamlight, what's his name game, the Stardew Valley cross Ratatouille. Time to...
It's getting late.
Yeah, there we go.
Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
Okay, we're gonna get back to gameplay, and then I'm gonna quit for the night. Because then it's a fresh day, everything's sort of reset.
Damn.
We got a nightmare, everybody. There's the talisman. I get to read another poem, everybody. Day 6. And then the night became as day. I glimpsed nature's reddest claw. The face of fear looked back at me as I gazed into the maw. Ba-ba-ba. Oh.
What is it? What's wrong?
Gabriel!
I see it, Grace. Hold on. There's no one in the shop, and I know there's no one in the back. It's okay.
Okay? Gabriel, that thing is still barely alive. How could someone do this?
With a knife, maybe?
They've made it personal
God, don't
now.
even start. We should call the police.
No, I'll take care of it.
But, Gabriel?
I said I'll take care of it. Why don't you go get some coffee? I'll have it all cleaned up before you get back.
They know where you live now.
Shh, it's gonna be fine. Now go on. Are you sure you don't want to go home?
Where did he get? How did he clean the rug?
No, I'd rather keep busy. I'll be fine. At least that creepy guy is gone. Not that they aren't still watching. Anyway, speaking of keeping busy, we got that book you ordered in this morning. The one on Rada drums.
Really? Great.
Gabriel!
I see it. Stay back.
Special delivery, it seems.
He has. Well, also, welcome back, Abby. That check-in did nothing to deserve this. He was like he has 6 identical rugs. Yeah. Grab the letter. Do we want to know? Okay, I'm going to leave this up to chat. Do we want to know what's in the letter, or shall I leave it as a cliffhanger and you can find out next week? Cliffhanger, okay. Let me hit save, and then I'll do my usual wrappings up. Okay, everybody, suspense. They've murdered a chicken, so now it's personal, so you know I'm going to finish this game now. I'm really glad that the chat's been active while I've been playing this game. I'm glad that there are some familiar faces from last week's, because obviously this is a little bit out there in terms of some of the games that I've played up until now, and I'm really glad that people are getting into it and enjoying it. I might play the sequels after this, I don't know, we'll see. Like the Bird Killer. But I really appreciate you guys showing up for the second week in a row. I will be back next Sunday for more Gabriel Night. That's all I can say. I hope you have a really nice time this week. We will be playing Phasmophobia on Tuesday, as we have for what seems like forever. It's going... There's a big patch for Phasmophobia. That's the thing that's happening Tuesday, isn't it? So the game should be very different on Tuesday, so you should tune in. What else is happening? I will be back for Minecraft next week, and then we'll be back for more Gabriel Night. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day for the Americans, and go to bed if not, because it's late in the UK if you're UK, assuming that I only have 2 people in my audience. Yeah, I will raid him in just 1 second. Let me, because I'm a rational... Save. I just did this. Oh, but I'm going to do it again for the sake of it. I'm still here, guys. I'm just showing stream offline. Please don't leave. I need to raid somebody. Okay. Based off this, Dolly, I think Redstone has just this second gone offline. What's his Twitch? Let me try it via the browser because it's not coming up in OBS. Yeah, he must have this second gone offline. So who have I got? What I'm going to do is throw you at an artist that I follow. They do some of the... No, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw it... No, I can't make up my mind. This is difficult. I'm going to pass you to... I'm going to go with my first thought after Redstone. I'm going to pass you to an artist that I watch on... they do the artwork. Tripping. I'm not doing artwork, so maybe that's a bad shout. I'm going to go with my second best thought. We're gonna raid Dash Ducks. Dash Ducks is a very interesting service that I've just found. It is a lake in watch ducks swimming around. This one is dedicated to all those bird fans in the chat. We're going to raid a channel entirely dedicated to watching a pond. So I'll see you next week. Bye.